Hi, I'm Carlin Borisenko. In early 2020, I was the knitting Democrat who accidentally went viral on the internet for going to a Trump.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Rum links, zwei, drei, rum links, zwei, drei, wo der Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein Genial weiter einheimst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein Genial weiter einheimst Gott, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein Genial weiter einheimst Gott, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is the only show on the internet where you will do a deep dive into the training and activism of the real far left. We are not talking about Democrats. Democrats are not real socialists. We are not talking about progressives. We are not talking about AOC or Bernie Sanders or even Democratic Socialists of America, because the real radical revolutionary far left does not believe that any of those people are real socialists. They believe that AOC and Bernie Sanders have betrayed them. They have bent the knee to capitalism. They have capitulated to it. And so they're just not good enough to make an appearance on Socialism Saturday. On Socialism Saturday, we watch the people who are actually driving every single crazy idea in the world today. The people who are doing critical race theory in schools are the people we are watching on Socialism Saturday. The people who are pushing gender ideology in schools, attacks on parental rights, those are the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. The people who are doing abolish the police, defund the police, are the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. The people organizing the college protests, those are the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. Every single crazy thing you see going on in the United States today can be directly traced back to the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. These are not the useful idiots. The useful idiots are the people you see on libs of TikTok. The useful idiots are the ones you see splashed all over conservative media as though they've discovered something, when really all they're trying to do is own the libs with something that we knew about literally years before them, and I'm going to prove that tonight on Socialism Saturday. Because the ideas that are showing up on all the useful idiots on libs of TikTok and post-millennial and Fox News and human events and all that stuff, they are but trickle down from the people that are actually pushing the agenda. And so tonight we do have a very special episode. And actually it comes from a tweet that went viral yesterday. And this is one of those typical owning the lib tweets. This is one of those tweets that, you've got this account, Everything is Fascism on Twitter, that clearly all they're doing is like making a meme account and they just want to post stuff that they find on the internet to own the libs. And they found, it looks to me like this is a Discord screenshot. They found this screenshot that says, Sophie Lewis is right. We have to start with kitchens, abolish private kitchens, set up public canteens in every street and block of flats, and you can move towards decentering family meal times and getting people into a more large-scale community mindset. Destruction of the family starts outside the family. And so this account posted this, believing they were just owning the libs. And of course it got back to me because I have done more coverage of Sophie Lewis specifically than anyone else on the internet. I've done more coverage of Abolish the Family than anyone else on the internet. And so this made it back to me quite quickly. And so I just took the liberty of, and I did this on my personal Twitter account, but it eventually made its way back to this account. I took the liberty of reminding people that I literally posted a video of Sophie Lewis from Socialism Saturday over an effing year ago, April 23rd, 2023. And in this video, we are watching Sophie Lewis directly talk about abolishing private kitchens. And this is not even the only time I have Sophie on tape saying this. I also have Sophie on tape, and I'm going to play this clip, and you guys are going to hear me say this. I also have Sophie on video giving a lecture at the University of Pennsylvania even before this, and that clip was like from a year and a half ago or something, in which she's saying exactly the same thing. So I just want to remind everyone of what I was talking about over a year ago on this channel when no one was listening to me. No one still listens to me today. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just listen and remind ourselves of what socialists say when they are talking about the abolition of private kitchens. The philosophist says, what's amazing is they have no plan on how their utopia will actually come about after they destroy every staple of society. Oh, no, they do. They have plans. We actually watched a previous episode, actually with Sophie Lewis. It was when she was giving a lecture at the University of Pennsylvania, which is an Ivy League school. And she was talking about how they actually have, what did she call them? Marxist revolutionary urban planners. It was something like that. They actually have like their own urban planners that are planning for what society looks like after they overthrow capitalism and usher in their Marxist utopia. And you know what it looks a lot like? These 15-minute cities that are being discussed. In fact, on a previous episode of Socialism Saturday, Sophie Lewis actually talked about getting rid of kitchens, of private kitchens in households. Because why would you need your own oven and stove and refrigerator? Because you can just go to the community kitchen and get all your food from the community. And they have these urban planners that are putting these exactly 15-minute cities plans in place to make sure that you can just go get your food from the comrades that are assigned to cook the food. That's real. So when you guys heard Joe Biden, and I actually have a clip on my channel of this, you guys can go look it up. When you remember when Joe Biden was like, we need to get rid of all gas stoves? That comes from somewhere. It comes from these people, because these people are actively at Ivy League universities talking about getting rid of the kitchens, our own personal kitchens that we have in our houses. You're welcome.
And she says that in order to unleash the social force of a sort of red love, we will have to change materially some of the building blocks of our society to enable it to blossom. And so she thinks that includes a little bit like Fourier, the private kitchen
there it is!
Not the default, but perhaps.
I told you guys earlier that Sophie was the one we were watching that was talking about getting rid of the private kitchen. And she just brought it up again. She said, in order for us to fully embrace love, red love. They actually fucking called it red love. We're going to need to get rid of property, like, for example, the private kitchen. Because if you're cooking your own food in your own house, that means you are not part of the community in which you are belonging, because really you should be going to the communal area to get all your food from the socialists who are assigned to cook it.
Certain basic needs of human beings in a society should by default be met in the public sphere or the common sphere.
The default needs of human society should be met in the public sphere. So what does that mean? Food, healthcare, education, everything. The default needs of society should be communal. Some might say collectivist.
So yeah, I think to talk about
Oh yeah,
love, to talk
housing
about
would be
relationships, to
communal
talk
too.
about any kind of
Remember, so when they're talking about society meeting our basic needs. That's pretty much it for that clip. I just wanted to show you guys that because I know a lot of you weren't around last year when we were talking about this. And so I posted that clip, and that clip has been starting to go a little bit like baby viral again. And then the person, and guys, remember, this was supposed to be an owning the libs exercise. This guy didn't think this was real. And then they found my clip from Socialism Saturday over a year ago, and he's like, oh, great. This is actually real. Yes, it is actually real. We've been talking about it for a while. I'm so glad that the owning the libs crowd is starting to catch up. But do you know who is not quite caught up yet? This actually really amused me, honestly. The Brain Trust over at Timcast IRL, which is the only reason that I know who this Seamus guy is. Like, the Brain Trust over at Timcast IRL, they saw this post, and the response from the Brain Trust at Timcast IRL, because remember, guys, they know everything. Tim and his friends know absolutely everything that's going on in the world. His response to this was, how many hours do you need to spend on the internet to develop a kitchens are fascism world view? They literally think that the idea of abolishing private kitchens are just random people spending too much time on the internet. The irony of Sophie Lewis is that Sophie Lewis actually doesn't spend that much time on the internet. I know that because Sophie produces a metric ton of writing. She spends time reading books. She spends time writing. She spends time teaching. She spends time with her socialist friends all over the world. And we're going to talk about that today. But Sophie actually is not that active on the internet. But the Brain Trust over at Timcast IRL can't bother to do the most bare basic bit of research. So I responded to that saying, no, these are not people who are spending too much time on the internet. These are radical revolutionary socialists who are driving all of the crazy bullshit going on in our world today. Human Centipede says, abolish private bathrooms. I mean, that's probably coming next. Let's just be honest about it. They want everyone to live in government-funded housing, and you know exactly how that's going to go. Rottweiler says, if you're self-sufficient, you depend less on the regime and party. Private property also means being self-sufficient and not part of the collective. Yep, you're absolutely right about that, Rottweiler. As a reminder, guys, when socialists are talking about abolishing capitalism, and we're going to talk more about that in one moment, but they're not just talking about like the factories. They're not just talking about the means of production. We're not just talking about an economic model. And anyone who tells you that they are just talking about an economic model are lying to you. Talk more about that in a second. What socialists mean when they say they want to abolish private property is your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own your intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, your parental rights over your children, and your individual liberties. That is what they're talking about. They are very clear about this, and I have them on video saying this 19 ways from Sunday. Hopefully, that information eventually will get over to the brain trust at Timcast IRL. Phil was following me for about 2 seconds until Phil realized that I am opposed to the bullshit that James Lindsay is shilling into the world right now. And then Phil unfollowed me because apparently if you do not agree with James Lindsay, you're just not good enough to be listened to by the brain trust over at Timcast IRL, which is why they don't have any idea what's going on in the world, but that's all right. That's all right. I did find this amusing, though. Check this out. So when I posted about this on my timeline, I said everyone in my audience knew this was a thing over a year ago. There's Sophie saying it in the video below. I actually got a response from Noah. Hi, Noah. Does anyone know who Noah is? We've seen Noah on this channel. We've watched Noah on this channel. Noah is part of a I guess he calls it an institute, but it's really a YouTube channel called Midwestern Marks. And Noah actually says, it's terrifying to get rid of my private kitchen. He doesn't want to do this. Noah is more of like an old school Bolshevik. And so we've actually watched Noah's classes on Marx on Socialism Saturday. And so when Noah responded to this saying, "This is terrifying. You'll take my kitchen out of my cold dead hands. I really hate these types of communists." I responded to Noah and said, "Do you want to come on my channel?" And Noah said yes. And then Noah and I actually did have a good back and forth. And it does look like Noah will be joining me on the channel for a chat, maybe even sometime this week. We're starting to work out the exact date, but it'll be for one of the 5 o'clock streams, probably. And so that's actually really exciting. We're going to get to talk to another communist, and that's always a good thing. Of course, under Noah, you've got the typical kind of like anonymous conservative cower going, "I'm not sure they really want to play this game." This is honestly how conservatives see this. Socialists can be talking about stuff like abolishing private kitchens out in the open for years. Socialists can be writing books about abolishing private kitchens. Socialists can be doing book tours about abolishing private kitchens. Socialists can be actively on city planning boards trying to push their policies and ideas to organize the city around the idea of abolishing the private kitchen. And the reaction from conservative retards is, "I'm not sure they really want to play this game." Yes, they do want to play the game, conservatives. They are playing the game. They're doing more than they do more in a day than you guys do in a fucking year. And your tweets from your anonymous accounts saying they don't want to they don't want to actually do this is not actually going to solve the problem. All right? So, but that's exciting about Noah coming on the channel. Now, if you guys want to learn more about this, you can head over to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, where I did just post a little bit more information about that. If you are new to the idea of abolish the family, if you are confused about why they want this, I'm not going to go into a big long thing about it tonight unless it's relevant to our stream. But what I will say is that you can find more information over on the Substack. If you go into this article, actually, you'll have kind of like all the same stuff I just talked about, but then you actually will be linked to the Woke 101 article that I wrote that is specifically about why socialists want to abolish the nuclear family. So you can take advantage of that. Was I able to see the Northern Lights last night? No, I was able to see something last night, but it was more around, well, let's just say I was not outside last night. I was spending time with my husband last night. And so we were spending time doing husband and wife things last night instead of going outside. That's all. That's all. What? Are you serious? My account was just suspended on X. Someone supported me. This is Glimmer. What did they suspend you for, Glimmer? What the hell? Oh my God, let us know. Let us know what you were, let us know what you were suspended for. That sucks. Appeal that, Glimmer. Like, tag me, like, if you, like, make an alternative Twitter account, tag me and all that stuff. Let me know what's going on. We'll try to help you get your account back if we can. Anyway, that's what's available on the Substack for right now. But I want to talk about one more thing before we get into our stream today. And by the way, guys, we are watching Sophie today. It is a Sophie day because I had to. Sophie's going viral on the internet for talking about wanting to get rid of private kitchens. And it just so happens that a couple months ago, a new Sophie video appeared. The sound is not great in the video, but we're going to make our way through it. It's going to be fine. We are going to be watching Sophie tonight. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second, but I want to talk about this first. You know, we have been on this channel for, like, we're starting to annoy people. I'm starting to get so many people in the comments going, Carlin, I don't know what your unhealthy obsession with James Lindsay is, but you need to stop talking about James Lindsay right now. And I'm like, no, fuck you. I actually don't, because let me actually just break this down for you guys. If you are coming into my comments and you are saying something to the effect of, you and James Lindsay do the same thing, and I don't understand why you're fighting, and I don't understand why you're so obsessed with him. Why are you so obsessed with him? Why, Carlin? Why are you so obsessed with him? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume that you are a low IQ retard that is not worthy of my content because you obviously haven't actually watched any of it, and you actually haven't, like, grappled with any of the very legitimate grievances that me and many members of my community have with what James Lindsay and Logan Lansing are doing in terms of doubling down on the absurd notion that queer theory is a Gnostic sex cult. This is literally what they're arguing. Now, we're starting to get under the skin of James Lindsay and Logan Lansing because it's not just me talking about this. There are many members in my community who are giving them the business on Twitter, saying to them, you morons, this is not about Gnosticism. This is about abolishing capitalism. Because, of course, we all know, because we actually listen to these people, unlike James Lindsay and Logan Lansing, we all know that queer theory is an attack on the gender binary and the nuclear family. The nuclear family is the topic we're going to be addressing tonight specifically. But the goal of queer theory is to abolish capitalism ultimately by abolishing the gender binary. But gender binary is men and women. They believe that capitalism created the gender binary by putting men in the workplace, women in the home, doing the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers. That is the nuclear family. And because of social reproduction theory, which says that social systems will continue to reproduce themselves until they are disrupted, they believe that the only way they can abolish capitalism is by abolishing the nuclear family, because the nuclear family is the literal means of reproduction of capitalism in the minds of the far left. Now, Logan Lansing and James Lindsay refuse to look at primary source video. They refuse. And so the only way that we're going to be able to combat this disagreement is by going directly at them. And if you have feelings about that because you're like, you and James Lindsay are on the same team. No, we're not on the same team. We haven't been on the same team in a really long time. I am on the team of being hinged into reality and listening to the people who are actually doing this stuff in the real world. James Lindsay and Logan Lansing are on the team of grifting off of conservatives by lying to them to make money. So no, we're not on the same team. Thank you, Penske Material, for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it. So, and that was illustrated today because Logan Lansing, who again is getting under his skin a little bit, because Logan Lansing co-authored a book with James Lindsay all about the queering of the American child, in which Logan Lansing very proudly says, I didn't mention capitalism at all. Wrote an entire book about queer theory without mentioning capitalism, because Logan Lansing doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And Logan proved that again today by saying, if you think communism is about economics and capitalism, you're completely unequipped to deal with the spiritual battle that we're in. Communism is a project to direct the socio-spiritual evolution of man, i.e., a project of becoming God. It won't work. It can't work. Now, what Logan Lansing does not understand because Logan Lansing refuses to listen to primary source video. Logan Lansing does not understand that when the left says capitalism, they mean private property ownership. One of the things that leftists define as private property ownership are your children. Socialists believe that parental rights are a form of private property that must be abolished. This is one of the primary things that queer activists are doing in the world today. If you are claiming to be an expert in queer theory, literally authoring a book about queer theory and how it impacts children, and you do not understand that the left considers parental rights to be a form of private property that must be abolished, then you are a grifter that is grifting off of conservatives, and you haven't done your own due diligence to figure out what is going on. And quite frankly, Logan Lansing and James Lindsay are being completely goddamn irresponsible, and what they're doing is going to result in people's kids getting taken away because normal people are not going to understand what's going on, and they're going to be convinced this is all some sort of Gnostic conspiracy theory to take our religion from us and form a one world Oprah, social emotional learning, law of attraction government, one world government, which is all bullshit. It's not real. James Lindsay's making it up. Logan Lansing's making it up. Lisa Logan is making it up. And the reason we know that is because we actually listened to the left, and I was very proud of Reagan. Reagan got a comment in on Logan's thread, and Reagan said the Denver communists, real world activists, in a video delivered on May 4th, 2023, would disagree with Logan completely. The goal is an explicit attack on capitalism. The spiritual battle is a made-up lie to scare conservatives, is actually parental rights defined as private property. And Reagan promoted this video, which is from a Socialism Saturday that we did like a month ago, where we were watching the Denver communists talk explicitly about how they believe that parental rights are a form of private property. So let's just watch this video just to remind ourselves.
It's important to get the politics straight. So to understand the transition period, we must first of all understand what the goal is. So just briefly, Karl Marx was a revolutionary. His goal was the replacement of capitalism by communism, not the superficial modification of capitalism. His critique of capitalism was extremely radical, covering gender and sexual relations, the relations of people to the environment, the overcoming of all forms of oppression, the radical democratization of all social relations, the abolition of all states, the elimination of private productive property, and the private ownership of children. He foresaw an international society with no money.
Hang on. What was that? What did he just say? Not only the elimination of private productive property, but also the private ownership of children. Did everyone catch that? Don't worry. We're going to watch it again. Hang on. Hang on. We're going to go back a little bit. Yup. Private ownership. I keep telling you guys, when they say private property, they mean parental rights. This is why there are so many attacks on parental rights. All of the attacks on parental rights are coming from this idea. It is literally in the Communist Manifesto. Everyone owes me a $2 super chat. Let's get this clip. That was like 20 seconds into the video. 20 seconds.
Get the politics straight. So to understand the transition period, we must first of all understand what the goal is. So just briefly, Karl Marx was a revolutionary. His goal was the replacement of capitalism by communism, not the superficial modification of capitalism. His critique of capitalism was extremely radical, covering gender and sexual relations, the relations of people to the environment, the overcoming of all forms of oppression, the radical democratization of all social relations, the abolition of all states, the elimination of private productive property, and the private ownership of children. He foresaw an international society with no money, no prisons, no oppression, no exploitation, no economic classes, and no borders. All this was connected at its core to the seizure of economic and political power by the working class, those who worked for a wage.
All right. That's enough. So, Logan Lansing can make stuff up and say that if you think communism is about economics and capitalism, you are completely unequipped to deal with the spiritual battle that we're in. The man wrote an entire book about the queering of the American child alongside James Lindsay, and neither of them understood that when socialists say capitalism, they mean private property ownership, and one of the forms of private property they want to abolish is the private ownership of children, otherwise known as parental rights. Do you know who did understand that? My audience. Because I've been talking about this literally for at least almost like a year and a half, maybe even close to 2 years now. It would be great. It would be great if the so-called experts on the internet would actually interact with primary source evidence. Wouldn't it be? Thank you, Beth. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super sticker. Naruto says, Ariel understands and described queer theory better in a 10-minute video than Logan and James do any day of the week. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Anyway, I just want people to see that and to know that when you come to Socialism Saturday, you guys are so far ahead of the influencers on Twitter, it is not even funny. You guys will understand things that the people who are the so-called experts lecturing in front of universities and parliaments and all this stuff, you guys understand more about what the left is doing than the so-called experts, the pundits, the commentators, the YouTube, Twitter celebrities. We are literally in the future. They'll catch up to us someday, months, years, possibly even decades after we do it, because they're too busy lying to their audience and grifting. Whereas on this channel, I just show you what they're saying. I just show you what they're teaching, and we talk about it. We go right to the front lines, and that's why we are ahead of everyone else. So guys, if you do want to support the work I'm doing and keep me in business, because I can't do it without you, please head over to my main Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, and sign up for a membership of $8 a month, $80 a year. I like your money allows me to spend all the time doing this stuff with you guys, teaching you stuff on Socialism Saturday, showing you these clips, finding them on the internet, because I do have to dig around for this stuff sometimes, and breaking it down for you. I do writing on the Substack. I do clips on the Substack. I've got a couple podcasts on the Substack that you guys will have access to. Lots of exciting stuff going on over there. In fact, this past week, in case you missed it, I now have a 4-hour crash course in how to speak socialist. So if you're new to Socialism Saturday, and if you're new to Socialism Saturday, let me know in the chat. Let us know. No shame in being new. I actually am seeing a lot of names that I don't recognize right now, which is kind of exciting. I love it when new people join us. But if you're newer to my socialism content, you're definitely going to take advantage of this 4-hour crash course that I just did over the past 2 weeks. What I did is I did live classes on the last 2 Thursdays where we talked about all the high-level evidence, and I brought you through just a ton of clips, things that we watched on Socialism Saturday, things that we've seen on my midweek stream, stuff like that, showing you real activists, the people who are pushing this stuff, saying it in the real world, so that you never have to take my word for it. Unlike Logan Lansing and James Lindsay, I don't go, pinky swear, trust me, bro. I just show you guys what's going on. Primary source video that you don't see anywhere else, and then you get to decide what exactly you think about it. Aaron, if you want to know what my shirt says and you're continuing to ask me what my shirt says, which is now annoying me, you can send me a super chat and ask me what my shirt says that. And we're going to start making this a new rule, guys. Like I don't mind questions that are relevant to what I'm talking about, but if you want to ask me a question that has no relevance to what I'm talking about at all, you're going to start paying me for my time. Honestly, because we spend too much time answering questions that I've answered a million times before that have no relevance to what I'm talking about. So pony up, bro, pony up, and stop spamming my chat with the same question over and over and over and over and over again when I'm actually trying to talk about things that are important. I really do appreciate it. The payment is because you're distracting us from things that are far more important than what my shirt says. I promise you. Exactly. Exactly. So you can sign up for a membership on this site, guys. Another site that I do want to make sure people know about just launched this week. I am working on my next book, but I'm doing my book a little bit differently than I did it last time. Normally, when you write a book, what happens is you sit around late nights talking into a Word document, and you write your book in private and no one reads it. And then eventually you send it off to a book publisher, and then a couple of editors read it who don't have any idea what you're talking about, and they provide you feedback on the book. Usually that isn't really that good, and most of it gets dismissed. I know all this because I've written 2 books now with major publishers. And so then after you write the book and you finish the book and you turn the book into the publisher, then you have to wait 12 to 18 months for that book to actually make its way into the real world. Now, I have been dragging my feet. People have been asking me to write the How to Speak Socialist book for like a while now. I've been dragging my feet on it because I did not want to go this traditional publishing route again. It is, first of all, it sucks. Secondly, it sucks. Thirdly, the book isn't even going to get published until like almost 2 effing years after you write it. Okay, maybe not quite, but like after you start writing it, it takes 2 goddamn years. So what I decided to do was to basically take control of my own process. And I started a Substack called speaksocialist.substack.com. I know I need another Substack, like I need a hole in the head. Aaron, I'm pretty sure I already gave you an answer to that. And if you ask that question again, then you're going to get put in a timeout. I already gave you an answer to that. What you are asking right now has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, bro. Please cover the book with the zine art. Yeah, I mean, maybe. We'll have to see. Anyway, what I've decided to do is completely change the process of how I'm producing a book. And instead of producing a book in the dead of night, I'm going to be putting all of my draft content and my thoughts and my notes and my ideas and even audio recordings of what I'm saying onto this Substack instead. I'm already doing the writing anyway. I might as well do it out here. Now, this is going to be a 100% premium Substack. That means the only way you're going to be able to access this content is by subscribing on the Substack. And that's going to give you access to all my drafts. That's going to give you access to all my notes, all my thoughts. It's going to give you access to the premium podcast where you're going to have audio recordings of the different things that I'm releasing. And the purpose of doing it this way, the intention is that it will eventually turn into a book. It will turn into a book on Amazon that you can buy as a paperback, an e-version, also as an audiobook. But I'm going to be writing it here, and I'm going to be taking my time with it. And I'm going to be making the content available in the public manner so that people can access the content now, but you got to pay for it. And I want to be really clear, guys. I want to be really clear because I've had some questions about this, and I've also seen where people are canceling their accounts on my main Substack, and they're instead signing up for an account on the new Substack to be able to get access to the book. Now, while I appreciate that you want to support the new Substack, and I do appreciate it, I want to be very clear about this. This new Substack is a standalone thing. You will not get access to supporter perks on this Substack. The only thing that you're paying for on this Substack is access to the content on this Substack. So this isn't going to be one of those things where you're going to get the supporter perks that you were getting with the main Substack and you're just transferring over here, because the reality is that at least right now, the vast majority of the content on my main Substack is for free. And I can tell the thought process. People are like, well, Carlin doesn't really do a whole lot of premium content on her main Substack. Yeah, she has these supporter perks, but isn't she also doing the supporter perks on the other Substack? No. And I'm going to explain why. Because the way that I fund the free content on this Substack is people pay for the membership for this Substack that allows for the content to be free. The minute that people start canceling their accounts or transferring them over to something new because they're trying to game the system in order to get more stuff for the same dollar value or relatively the same dollar value, is the minute that I'm not able to do this anymore, guys. Okay? So I really want people to understand that. If you are canceling your account on my main Substack because you want to join this new one, well, I appreciate the support. I really do. You are no longer going to get access to the community Zooms. You're no longer going to get access to spy streams. You're no longer going to get access to the supporter Discord. You will be removed from it. You're no longer going to get access to any of the other perks that I'm doing on the main Substack, because the way that I'm able to keep the content for free on this Substack is because people are paying for memberships in the Substack. And the minute that people stop doing that is the minute that I can't provide the content for free anymore to the general public. Okay? So I'm sorry if people are disappointed in that answer, but that's the answer that it's going to be. And again, this is going to be a completely standalone product. This is one of those things we're not mixing and matching. All right? This stands on its own, and if you want access to this, this is a separate fee, because quite frankly, this is going to be a metric ton of work. Writing a book is a metric ton of work. So that's what it is. I believe the prices are affordable. It's $10 a month, $100 a year for the new Substack. I think that's more than affordable. I just paid $20 for a chicken sandwich the other day, guys. Like, I think that saying $10 a month or $100 a year to be able to get access to the book as it's being developed is more than fair. And then we've got $8 a month or $80 a year for the main Substack. And this is how I fund my work, guys. If people are not paying for it, the work doesn't happen. You guys will notice that there's not a whole lot of undercover journalism going on right now. The reason there's not undercover journalism is I can't afford it based off of the amount of revenue currently coming in from this Substack. Why? Because people are dicking around and canceling one thing because they're going to get they think they're going to get the benefits somewhere else. Everything I do is funded out of this. If people are not signing up and funding the work, and by the way, I also think there's a little bit of people taking what I'm doing for granted. I'm not quite sure what to do about that, but people think that just because I'm giving away the content for free, I'm just going to keep doing it for free, and they don't need to fund it. They don't need to pay for it. Guess what, guys? If you stop funding things, or you don't fund them in the first place when you're perfectly capable of doing it, but you take advantage every time, you read my articles, you come to my free streams, all that. If you do all that and you're not funding it, don't be surprised when it goes away someday. I hate to give a lecture about this, but I'm going to give a lecture about this because I've seen too many people try to game the system since I since I launched this new Substack, all right? If people don't pony up, I have more than enough people in my audience to fund everything I'm doing. But if people want to take my work for granted, if people assume that I'm always going to give them everything for free, if people think that I owe them my time or I owe them my energy for free, then the work is going to go away at some point. Or I'm going to greatly diminish the amount of stuff I'm doing for free. There was a time when almost every article on this Substack was premium content. I made the change because enough people funded it at that time for me to make the work free and available for everyone. If you want to keep this free and available for everyone, then that costs money. And if people don't want to pay for it, don't be surprised when it goes away. Don't be surprised when my daily live streams go away. Don't be surprised when Socialism Saturday goes away. Is everyone tracking? Everyone understand? I don't mean to be threatening, but there are just realities here. And I know I know some people, like, the costs of everything are going up and you're having to cut down. But if you can financially afford to support what I'm doing and you take advantage of all my stuff anyway, I would really appreciate it. All right. With that lecture out of the way, we are going to get into things. Recognize. I appreciate that, Maria C. Thank you. Thank you. We are going to be watching a video featuring our favorite Abolish the Family Socialist, Sophie Lewis. Well, if you want to buy my shirts, that's fine, Eric, but just understand that, again, like, listen, bro, if you can afford to pay $40 for a t-shirt, don't tell me you can't afford $8 a month. This is what I'm saying. I'm getting really, really sick of the excuses that I hear people make. They'll pay $40 for a t-shirt every day of the week, which is great. I mean, I'm happy to sell you a t-shirt for $40, but then they say, but it's impossible for me to pay for your Substack. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. You don't need a t-shirt. Like, I'm sorry. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But don't tell me you can't do both. Don't tell me you can't do one and not the other. That doesn't actually line up. Anyway, we're going to be watching this video from Sophie Lewis today. This was posted a couple months ago, I believe, on a YouTube channel from like the Netherlands or something like that. Now, I want to warn people, the sound in this video is not great. There's going to be a buzzing noise, but I think we're going to get through it because it actually does look like an interesting Sophie lecture. The title of the lecture is A Happy Ending for the Capitalist Family. Now, I think that's a really funny way to put it, since Logan Lansing, supposed expert in queer theory, assures us that capitalism has nothing to do with queer theory. But if capitalism has nothing to do with queer theory, then why is Sophie Lewis, an abolish the family activist, who was literally on a European tour when she gave this talk, but she lives in America, she lives in Philadelphia, why is Sophie Lewis referring to the family as the capitalist family if capitalism has nothing to do with what we're talking about? That just doesn't make sense. This was uploaded on February 29th of this year. The family is barely working. It is the primary source of violence and sexual abuse for queer youth, women, and children. And in simple labor terms, it asks too much of too few. People who take on the brunt of care labor within the family feel overwhelmed, exploited, lonely, and burned out. Yet the private nuclear household seems to many of us in the West like a law of nature, inescapable. But is it? In fact, care responsibilities that are now seen as self-evidently within the domain of the family have previously lived in a large part in the commons, like the kitchen. Over several centuries, capitalist societies gradually engineered the privatization of care into individual, self-responsible kinship units. This has led to a care scarcity. According to sociologist Melinda, the familiarization process has been crucial in the rise of both neoconservative and neoliberal forms of economic governance. Familyist capitalism supports the fact that the family feels non-negotiable for most people, not to mention indispensable to many marginalized and state criminalized people's survival. Tayton says, so the private family is a demiurge. Yeah, well. And Human Centipede says, haha, James Massage, happy endings to capitalism. James Massage, happy endings to well. Okay, Human Centipede, thank you. Utopian thinkers, including Marx and Engels, but also Black anti-imperialist feminists in the US, have raised the possibility of abolishing the family for over 2 centuries. Now, after COVID lockdowns showed us how untenable families are under pressure, there is a resurgent curiosity around the world about non-capitalist ways of organizing care. No, this has nothing to do with capitalism at all, Logan. Nothing to do with capitalism at all. Oh, that's right. James used to be a massage therapist. You guys told me that. What does familiarism prevent us from doing and desiring? How might we think about bringing an end to the organized care scarcity? Sophie Lewis is a feminist writer and independent scholar living in Philadelphia. She is currently working on her 3rd book manuscript entitled Enemy Feminisms. Her first 2 books, both published by Verso, are Full Surrogacy Now, Feminism Against Family, 2019, and Abolish the Family, a Manifesto for Care and Liberation. Sophie's essays and articles appear in academic journals like Feminist Theory, as well as literary ones like the London Review of Books. Dr. Lewis has a visiting affiliation with the Center for Research on Feminist, Queer, Transgender Studies at the University of Pennsylvania. They got some links to her stuff. Is this the first time for people watching Sophie? Anyone here? Is this your first Sophie experience? As a reminder, guys, if you're here for Socialism Saturday, this is a bit different than other streams on the internet. Just to lay a couple of ground rules, you are in a class. You are in a college-level class about socialism. I am the teacher in the class. You are the students in the class. You don't have to like me. I don't really care if you like me, but you will learn. And when you are in my class, you will follow my rules. If you do not like the way I'm teaching, you can just get up and leave. But if you start to have a temper tantrum in the chat, we're going to have a problem. All right? Our goal here is to understand what the left believes. We are not debunking them. We are not owning the libs. We are not doing any of that. Our goal is to understand them. Don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because you're in my house. But if you whine or complain or cause problems in the teaching of this content to people, you will be removed. Last thing I want to say, Autumn is back. Autumn is our resident socialist. Autumn is probably going to be trying to cause problems here. So I'm going to really recommend everyone ignore Autumn. Ignore her. Because if you, and I'm going to say this very clearly, if Autumn starts to distract from the video, then Autumn's going to be banned. So I would very much recommend people not engage with Autumn. Do not fucking give in to whatever gaslighting Autumn is trying to do. And if you guys don't, then Autumn's just going to be removed and she won't be here for us to bully anymore. Because I'm not going to allow this, okay? I'm really just not. All right. Yeah. There we go. That's all I've got for announcements, guys. Please mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to actually recommend my content to people for once. All right, let's see how this goes. Again, sound might be an issue, so we're going to navigate our sound challenges as we need to. As a reminder, socialists suck at technology. I'm not responsible for their technology, and I want to hear this talk, and so we're all just going to have to deal with a little extra buzzing in the sound because that's going to be what we're doing. All right, let's get this party started.
Who will talk to us about abolishing our and human rights activist, and she will have a beautiful talk about the consequences of losing a young child, your own child, and what this does to you emotionally, but also administratively and politically, and how we can make better policy around death. Last but not least, on the 30th of April, we have Naima Charkawi.
All right, we're going to just
minutes. Sophie Lewis, she will give a talk about an hour to an hour and 10 minutes, we think. And who is Sophie, dare you ask? Well, she is a feminist writer and independent researcher, well known for her books Feminism Against Family and Full Surrogacy Now. And I've heard she's working on a new book, which will come out in January 2025, with the enticing title, Enemy Feminisms. After this hour and 10 minutes of a talk, Sophie will have a conversation with Siggy Vertomme. And Siggy is an assistant professor of gender studies at the University of Amsterdam. And she's also a post.
Hang on. Guys, I do want you to feel free to ask questions. But again, I'm going to say this. Please ask questions that are relevant to what we're talking about. And if you want to ask a question that is not relevant to what we're talking about, that's got to come in the form of a super chat. This is a new rule. Okay. Christopher says exchanging goods and services for money is capitalism. That is not the definition of capitalism that the left has. So, and Christopher, I don't recognize you, so I'm going to assume that you're new. So welcome, and we're happy to have you here. You have got to understand the explicit definition that people have for that the left has for capitalism is private property ownership. Private property means your home, your land, your intellectual property, your business, your rental units, your parental rights, your individual liberties. So this does not enter into the equation. Now, of course, you need to own private property in order to exchange them for money, right? But this definition is not what we are talking about. We are not talking about crony capitalism. We are not talking about corrupt capitalism. That is not it at all. The only definition of capitalism that matters for our purposes when we're dealing with the left is private property ownership. That is it.
Doc researcher at the University of Ghent. How does she do it? And her research focuses on the global politics of medically assisted reproduction. Then there's one more person I need to introduce to you, and that is Katrien, our wonderful sign language interpreter. I would also like to remind you that the event tonight will be recorded. The cameras are pointed towards us, towards the stage, not towards you. But take that in mind. There might be time for some questions. Those questions will be recorded as well. And we will also ask you to really ask the questions in the microphone. So wait until you have the microphone or your question will not be recorded. For now, there's nothing left for me to do but to ask you for a warm round of applause to welcome to the stage Sophie Lewis.
Welcome, Sophie. We love you.
Hi, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. Yeah, I'm really
Hang
happy
on.
to be asked.
Hang on. What have I said about the personal property argument? Yes, it is. In this framework, it is. What have I said about the personal property argument? What have I said? This is a pop quiz for the chat. What have I told you guys about the personal property versus private property argument? And intellectual property is a form of private property under this ideology. So you guys can argue. Listen, please, like, you are new. You are new. And you don't know as much as you think you know. You are not going to come into my chat and misinform people because you have not spent the time learning this yet that we have. I do not. First of all, there is no fucking such thing as a libertarian socialist. That is not real. That does not exist. Secondly, I explicitly have socialists on video talking about how intellectual property is a form of private property. So it doesn't really matter what your fucking opinion is. What matters is what they say and how they view the world. Libertarian socialists are not a real fucking thing. I swear to God. Now, back to what I said. What have I said when people are trying to make this argument that it's not private property, it's personal property? Personal property is a distraction. It's a trick. Nope, that's not exactly what I said. Nope, I have not said this. Nope. Okay, we're not listening. Great. When they are making the argument that it's not personal property versus it's not private property, it's personal property, it is bait. That is a word game that socialists use. Nope, it's not all included. That's not what I've said. Bosch is not a real fucking socialist. Nope, I haven't said they're the same thing. That's not what I've said. Okay, we need to have a review, clearly. Personal property is a bamboozle. Yes, that's correct. When we try to explain to people that the far left believes that capitalism means private property, the instant answer that you are going to get from leftists or from people who have spent too much time on the internet is, no, we don't want to take your stuff. We just want to take the factories. We just want the rich people's stuff. We don't want your stuff. Don't worry. There's a difference between personal property and private property. We're not talking about your property. We're talking about the rich people's property. Now, what they're saying is, your phone isn't a form of private property. We're not going to take your phone. Your computer isn't private property. That's personal property. We're not going to take your computer. All your books, all your stuff in your house, that's all personal property. We don't want that. None of that matters. It does not matter. Because the specific definitions that the left has for what they define as private property, and this is why we focus on their definition, not on your definition. Your definition does not matter. We are focusing on their definition. Their definition of private property includes your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own a private business, your intellectual property. They call intellectual property a capitalist fairy tale. Your ability to own an apartment that you rent out as a landlord or an Airbnb, your parental rights, and your individual liberties. That is all explicitly defined as private property ownership. So when socialists and communists say to you, don't worry, there's a difference between private property and personal property. We don't really want your stuff. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Now, they're not going to take your cell phone. They're not going to take your computer. They're not going to take the stuff in your house. But you're not going to own your house. You're never going to be able to own a house. You're never going to be able to own land. You will have no parental rights over your children. You will have no intellectual property. You will not be able to own a business. You will not be able to have a rental unit. So really, you won't have individual liberties. That is also a form of private property. Individual liberties, free speech. So anytime we never, ever, ever engage in the personal versus private property discussion, never offer a concession, never say, oh, I understand that personal property is different than, no, you do not say that. Because if you say that, they win. If you say that, the gaslight wins. Does everyone understand this? I want to make sure people understand this because a lot of people were giving wrong answers earlier. Does everyone understand this? If you give them the concession, they win the argument. Private property equals ability to own a home, business, etc. Also includes parental rights, intellectual property, and personal liberties. Yep. Private property rights, ownership of self and your own body. Without private property, you do not own yourself. And if you do not own yourself, you are a slave. That, by the way, is what libertarians actually believe. For people who are confused about this crazy, absurd notion of libertarian socialists being a real thing, they're not a real thing. This is what libertarians actually believe. That ownership of yourself and the fruits of your labors is paramount. And if you do not own yourself and you do not own your body and you do not own the fruits of your labors, then you are a slave. No, you're not listening. You should never even say personal property. You need to listen to this. You should never say that. Every single time you guys say personal property and you engage in the conversation about what is and is not personal property, it not only misses the point, you're also allowing the leftist gaslight to win. So what is unclear about what I'm saying? Because it seems to me that you're not listening to what I'm saying. What exactly is unclear? We're gonna, like, I'm beating this dead horse tonight, and I don't care. I'm tired of having this discussion. Bro, stop spamming my chat with things that are not relevant immediately, or you will be banned. It's gonna be one of those kinds of nights. All right, now you're getting put in a timeout. That's not, bro. Okay, he is still a little bit lost, but he's still new. We'll see if he shapes up. Maybe not. We'll see. Anyway. Is everyone clear? Can we move on? Yes, angelize. This is a great way of putting it. Personal property is like a lie by omission. That's excellent. All right, let's move on.
By Anais, and thankful to all the people you would expect me to be. I'm very excited to be in conversation with Siggy, one of my favorite feminist researchers. I will take just one more minute to reintroduce myself because I'm a strange hybrid para-academic kind of species. So as you already heard, I live in the United States, despite my misleading British accent. I didn't even grow up in the UK.
I told you! I fucking told you Sophie was faking that accent! I've never actually heard Sophie admit that she didn't grow up in the UK. I told you that Sophie, I've been saying for probably over a year, Sophie was faking this accent. This is something, by the way, this is like a very socialist thing. A lot of socialists will fake having like European accents in order to sound more posh. I fucking knew it. I knew it.
If I'm a writer, I write things like this. You can pose questions in French if you wish. I used to be on an academic track, did masters in different subjects as well as a PhD, but then I leaned out of the university to the point where I fell out for now. I live by writing cultural criticism, and I teach online. These are the sorts of courses you can sign up to from any time zone if you wish. Anais kindly mentioned one of the books that enabled this life to be possible, the Full Surrogacy Now, Feminism Against Family book. And I'm going to start there today because I think it helps contextualize the topic of today's lecture. In a way, I put the cart before the horse a little bit, writing a book about pregnancy, which I frame as gestational labor, which is sort of looking at the labor we do with our uteruses, presupposing, as I wrote this book, a kind of family abolitionist political horizon. People wanted to know what that was. Not everyone had heard of family abolition, to my surprise. And while writing about the strange new possibilities afforded by what is commonly known as surrogacy, commercial gestational surrogacy, which is not an industry I defend, but thinking about the strange new possibilities this industry opens up for thinking about kinship and what unpaid gestating could do in solidarity with paid gestating, if that makes sense. I was drawing on a tradition of 200 years of people calling for abolition of the private household, the capitalist family. So that seemed like a necessary context for this, to bring you to the manifesto that I've been invited to present to you today in the context of a series on the theme of the end. It's a little red book. It carries this provocative title.
Sophie wrote a little red book.
Abolish the Family.
How's Sophie?
And I want to introduce you to the sort of potted history. I won't go too heavy on the theory about the racialization of the family, which occupies chapter 2. I'll keep it to this archive of revolutionary reproductive politics in the West. And I'm hoping to sort of whet your appetites, make you excited and maybe indignant that you hadn't heard of this before. In the context of the question, what is abolishing something? Is it the same as ending it? You know, bearing in mind what Anais already kind of gestured towards, there are lots of different abolitions on the menu in Studium Generale. I have a very specific kind of take on what abolition is, and we'll talk about that at the end of the lecture. I think we should talk about why a shocking conversation like this would happen anyway. That's how I'm going to lead into the history. Why would anti-capitalist radicals have a problem with the family? And what do I mean? What did they mean by the family anyway? Of course, family forms vary from culture to culture quite radically. Yet transculturally, family is a moral creed, an unselfish principle that one signs up to voluntarily without thinking about it, because it's every civic-minded individual's raison d'être. What alternative could there even be, right? The economic assumption that behind every breadwinner, there is a private someone in charge of making sandwiches with that bread, someone worth being exploited for, vacuuming.
So socialists believe, Sophie basically believes that mothers are being exploited when they're doing the unpaid labor of motherhood. So like feeding the children and dressing the children and taking care of the children and driving the children around. She believes that is exploitative, unpaid labor that is being oppressed, like that the women are being oppressed with, because the capitalist system requires them to do the gestational labor and then the unpaid emotional and physical labor of birthing and raising the next generation of proletarian worker for free. Does everyone understand that?
Up the crumbs or hiring someone else to do so, refrigerating the leftovers or hiring someone else to do so, such that more bread can be won the next day. This feels to many of us like a description of human nature. Family is also the reason why a modern human being is supposed to want to go to work, the reason why they have to go to work, and more often than not, the reason why they can go to work. So in a real sense, the capitalist family is really hard to even think beyond. Without the family, who or what would take responsibility for the lives of non-workers, including the sick, the young, and the elderly? This is a sort of imaginative impasse that Marxist feminists have always pointed to when they call the family simply the privatization of care, or put differently, the form.
Why'd it freeze? What happened? It's still going. Where did the sound go? What happened? Do you guys hear the sound? Am I crazy? Did it just stop for me? Because the video's going, but I don't hear the sound. Let's refresh. Maybe a good reload will just do the trick.
What would take
Oh!
responsibility for the lives of non-workers, including the sick, the young, and the elderly? This is a sort of imaginative impasse that Marxist feminists have always pointed to when they call the family simply the privatization of care, or put differently, the form.
Nope, that definitely. Okay, let's just fast forward a little bit. We'll get back to it. It'll be fine. I know this video has sound later in it.
Too few.
Okay, so hang on. Let's go back up a little bit.
Since
It looks like it just went out for like a minute or so. Okay. So let me just talking about how family is the home of like violence, blah, blah, blah. If it's true, of course, that the reproduction of workers of private property,
of whiteness and of cisness, in the sense of, you know, cissexual gender, falls to the family in no small part. But still, from the perspective of political economy, the foremost unique feature of the family, which also cuts across cultures in a capitalist mode of production, is its insistence that most of the responsibility for things like health, shelter, food, clothing, socialization, and leisure falls to individuals, individual kin. So the shortest formula for the problem I can think of is this: too much is being asked of too few. And the problem gives us vertigo, right? Because remember, it's not just the worker, this kind of abstract thing that the family is being tasked with giving birth to every day, in theory. It's also life. Yes, the family, is also the metaphysical and legal assertion that a baby, like a neonatal human animal, is the creation of a coupled dyad. And this act of authorship, in turn, generates for the author or authors some kind of quasi-property rights in their progeny. That's how capitalism has organized parenthood. And that entitlement also comes with quasi-exclusive accountability for the child's life. And it's rare that this total dependence, near total dependence of the young person on that quasi-property owner is portrayed as a harsh lottery. It's usually portrayed as natural, not in need of mitigation. And certainly when it comes to the bourgeoisie, rather beautiful for everyone concerned. Kids, it is proposed, benefit always from proximity to their manufacturers. Parents, it is supposed, derive nothing so much as joy from the romance of this isolated, overburdened intensity. Notwithstanding the constant allusions in art and pop culture to the hell that parents and children and other relatives inhabit, all too seldom is parenthood, for example, identified as the absurdly unfair distribution of labor it obviously is, or the despotic distribution of responsibility for and power over younger people that it obviously is. It's a distribution, we think, that can't be changed. It's strange, is it not, how superficially critical, yet fundamentally sort of respectful of the family Western popular culture is in general. Think of the horror of families in recent TV shows like Succession or The Crown, from War and Peace to Feston to The Simpsons. Our culture is obsessed with depicting the disappointments, the traumas, the shortcomings, even the violence of the nuclear household. And clearly this ubiquitous theme is serving some kind of role as a safety valve, preventing our imaginations from maybe grasping the possibility that this could be changed, that there's no necessity making life be fundamentally produced and reproduced in this way. So I think the frustration about family across culture and art is maybe...
You want to know the irony? This image up here of a show, it's like this documentary show called The Family. This isn't even about the nuclear family. This is about like some conservative Christian political cult in Washington, D.C. It's not even a real nuclear family. This show is about a family of choice that Sophie is literally advocating for, not this specific family of choice, but that's what this show is about.
A way of venting frustration about the family only to naturalize it. The family as we know it is not eternal. Something called famulus did exist, obviously, in antiquity, meaning in Latin, a collection of slaves. But the fact that's etymologically what that is, familus. But the family as we know it, the central site of privatized care, is both a product of and a tool of the transition from feudalism to capitalism via the enclosure of the commons, and specifically the part of that process that feminists like Silvia Federici and
Do people still watch documentaries? I used to love documentaries. Documentaries used to be basically one of the only forms of TV or movies that I would watch. And then I learned that all documentaries are politically driven bullshit, and that they're all lying, and that they're all leaving things out. And it made me really sad because I love documentaries, and I suppose and now I can't suspend disbelief long enough to not see through the political narrative, to just view it as kind of like a form of entertainment. You have to view documentaries as another form of fiction because they kind of are a form of fiction. And I just can't, I haven't gotten there yet.
Maria Mies call housewifeization. So the invention of the housewife took place in the context of witch hunts, of peasant wars, and, as I mentioned, of enclosures. It made possible the transformation of the domestic sphere into a miniature sort of contractor supplier for the state. Each private household became tasked with reproducing the human beings, workers, that the new proto-industrial cities demanded. As the Australian historian Melinda Cooper shows in her book Family Values, it's also crucial to understand the family as it developed after housewifeization as an instrument for servicing debt, beginning with the so-called poor laws, which rendered kin, rather than the commonweal, privately accountable, for the first time in history, for the care of the vagrant, the elderly, the non-neurotypical or disabled, and their debts. The legislation in question helped enclose the ensemble of natural and relational commons on which many people depended and where communities were collectively sustained. So the family, which the laws instituted as a kind of unwaged offshoot of the state, displaced and replaced the commons as a social contract for care. And ever since then, I think you could say that the family has grown to be a microcosm of nationalism, incubating chauvinism and competition on a little scale. It poses as an organic element of historical progress, but as one historian writes in her book Imperial Leather, the family was indispensable for imperialism as an image of hierarchy within unity.
The family was indispensable for imperialism. What does imperialism mean? Pop quiz for the chat. What does imperialism mean? The family was indispensable for imperialism. What does imperialism mean? Imperialism means capitalism. Means capitalism. Capitalism. Why does imperialism mean capitalism? Imperialism, haha, Lenin. Imperialism is the highest form of capitalism. Capitalism, patriarchy, colonization. Yep, colonization is a form of imperialism. That's a good definition, Julian. Capitalism spreading over borders, exactly. The expansion of capitalism, taking foreign land, privatizing it, and filling it with capitalists. Excellent job.
That grew indispensable for legitimating exclusion and hierarchy in general. So, like a factory with a billion branches, the family sort of pumps out individuals with a cultural and ethnic and a binary gender identity.
A binary gender identity.
Racial consciousness. The family is like an infinitely renewable energy source, doing untold hours of free labor for the state and the market. The family makes the world go round.
When Sophie says that the family is doing unpaid labor for the state, what does she mean by that? The family is doing untold amounts of unpaid labor for the state. What does she mean by that? They're raising the future workers. What else? How else might we think of this? The family is doing the childcare of raising the future workers. What else? What else is involved? What other labor is the family doing on behalf of the state? Social reproduction, perpetuating capitalism, family produce. Okay, we have this answer, guys. I am no longer going to accept things that look like this. What other work is the family doing on behalf of the state that's not this? Don't just regurgitate my talking points. We got this one. Check. What else? Ding, ding, ding. Elder care. Elder care is part of the problem too. It's not just care for the little people, it's care for the older people too. That's what collectivizing care means. Child care. The socialists want the state to be responsible for all child care. So like daycare and that sort of thing. That's part of what they're doing. I'm still seeing way too many people regurgitating my talking points after I explicitly told you to stop regurgitating my talking points. Healthcare. The state, the socialists believe that the state should be responsible for all healthcare. Right now, your healthcare is dependent on what resources the family has. The family is responsible for the privatization of healthcare. Nope, the family is not doing the education of the young guys. Nope, that's not right. Nope. Public schools are not operating in the family. So that's not a correct answer. If the family was doing the education of kids, that would actually be a net positive. That would be if the family was in charge of education, that would mean the complete privatization of education. That's not currently happening. The state is responsible for educating kids, not the family. Feeding the kids, yep. All right, looks like we've exhausted the answers we're going to get for right now.
But I don't.
That's not remotely what they're talking about, and you know that. Don't frame things just to get a correct answer in the chat. That really pisses me off when people do that. Don't fucking lie. Don't obfuscate. Don't deflect. Don't twist things. This is not what socialists are talking about, and you know enough to know that. Please do not descend into the land of retardia tonight, guys. We've got 2 hours to get through, okay? Please do not descend into the land of retardia.
I think that's straightforwardly a compliment. 50 years ago, the Western women's liberation movement blew the lid off the epidemic of patriarchal violence that goes down in the very place that we're taught to view as a sanctuary, away from quote-unquote stranger danger. 50 years ago, that's a long time. Has this knowledge faded, would you say, in contemporary feminism? The knowledge that the family is where the vast majority of the rape and the sexual abuse happens in the world? And if you're a woman victim, the vast majority of the murder as well. Nothing has changed in that regard. No one is more likely to rob, bully, blackmail, batter, or cage you, or inflict unwanted touch than family. So announcing an intention to treat you like family when you get on an American Airlines flight or you go into your local bank, it ought to make us a little bit uncomfortable. It doesn't make most of us uncomfortable though, because the word family is a whirlpool of sentimentality that drowns reason. We believe that family means safety, well-being, belonging, and plenitude. Against
All right. I do not want to see anything in the chat that does not relate directly to what we are watching. Bertrand Russell is getting put in a timeout because he's bringing up shit that has no relevance to what we're talking about. I'm being serious. I want this to stop now. We have 2 hours of this to get through. If you are not here to watch this, go somewhere else. Anyone else who chats anything in that is not directly related to what we are watching is going to get put in a timeout.
all the statistical evidence to the contrary. And that's because, secular or not, we have faith in family. By agreeing to take on this kind of state-mandated creed of family first, we are typically grasping at the only opportunity we can see of guaranteed trust, guaranteed recognition, and guaranteed togetherness. The marriage-based household is supposed to command respect, isn't it? From policemen, from other officers of the state. I mean, it doesn't if you're non-white or proletarian, but it is supposed to. All right, maybe you're thinking at this point, fine. But surely it would still be better to call for an expanded family or a reformed version of the family. It seems pretty reckless, doesn't it? To seek to defend a politics that could be construed as saying that families, the very thing that often works tirelessly to protect migrant, Black, and Indigenous youth from violence or hide them from cops, free them from jails and so on, that those families are somehow equivalent to the other things that we want to abolish, like cops and courts and jails. But actually, I think it is the attempt to save various kinds of minorities.
This is not remotely what we're talking about. And if you actually shut your mouth and actually listen to what this is and listen to the pop quizzes that I've already been giving, then you would know that. My recommendation for you is that you stop talking and you start listening, because you are still new here and you seem to have this attitude that you know everything about everything when you do not. And if you've never watched this content before and you really think this is about a state-mandated family, then you have learned nothing so far. It's time to zip it and open your ears and start listening. And if you're not going to do that, then go somewhere else.
Minoritized populations' forms of private householding from the analysis that is reckless. Because for the purposes of a politics of care communization, the family has to mean the capitalist family, in the sense that the privatization of care is something that no households can really escape entirely.
Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. Could homeschooling be considered privatization of education by the family to some extent? Yes, homeschooling is explicitly considered the privatization of education. That's why the left wants to abolish it. That's explicitly what it is. That's why when everyone said that homeschooling was the family doing the labor on behalf of the state, that was a completely wrong answer. Because they don't want they want the public they want the public every kid in the public schools, and the public schools are currently the dominant source of education. So yeah, that's exactly explicitly what it is. Guys, they want to get rid of all parental rights because they want the state to own the children, and they want the state to be responsible for raising the children, and they don't want the private family to exist. Is anyone confused about this? The reason they want to get rid of parental rights, why they consider parental rights to be a form of private property, is because they want the state to own the children. Is anyone confused? There would be no family as you know it in their Marxist utopia.
Under this current mode of production. I cannot pass by this point in the argument without saying something about Rafa. I've been able to think of nothing else all day, and I'm sure the same is the case for many of you in the room, albeit I can't see you at all. As a feminist and a partisan of reproductive justice, and as a person associated with children's rights and with childbirth, I cannot go by any kind of public intervention in the midst of the mass deaths and the miscarriages and the maimings and the famine that my taxes are paying for without acknowledging Palestinian courage.
What do you think it means that they believe parental rights are a form of private property? Socialists want to abolish capitalism. Capitalism means private property. They believe that parental rights are a form of private property. They call it the private ownership of children. What do you think? If you think that these people just want to get rid of diversity of thought, you're like several years behind us at this point. Like, you must be coming from the conservative influencer set, because this is something the conservative influencers who have no idea that any of this is going on would say. They want the state to own the children. That is why they want to get rid of all parental rights. That is why they call it the private ownership of children. Because when they're talking about abolishing capitalism, they mean your children, your ability to parent your children. Sophie explicitly says that one of the reasons she wants to abolish the nuclear family is that the only reason that parents raise their children is out of some form of obligation. So I don't think that Sophie actually believes that love is a real thing. Not in the form of like mandated love of like, you are a parent, you will love your child. That's why they want a family of choice. They believe a family of choice is built on love and voluntarism, whereas the nuclear family is based on force, essentially. Well, I mean, not only is the Communist Manifesto not very long, we've actually read the Communist Manifesto, and I've actually got videos about the Communist Manifesto. So yes, I definitely recommend that everyone read the Communist Manifesto.
Insisting on anti-Zionism and articulating a cry for a free Palestine from the river to the sea.
Bro, she's not a Bolshevik. So apparently you're in this chat talking about Bolsheviks and how little people understand about the Bolsheviks. And what you're really trying to do is you're trying to bring up the Jew question. Don't think I don't know what fucking game you're playing. We're not playing that game tonight. She is not a Bolshevik. So before you start reeing to try to talk about the Jews, 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 maybe you should know what you're looking at. It's going to be one of those nights, I swear to God.
On my travels these past weeks, I've learned that there are some feminists who will say that I shouldn't mix family abolition and Palestine. You know, feminists who say in good faith that family abolition has nothing to do with the international fight against imperial and capitalist oppression, even, you know, especially when the bombs are falling. I think that's the concern. And I imagine the question is something like this. Sophie, haven't you noticed that South Africa at the Hague itemized thousands of expressions of intent to target specifically the Palestinian family, the living archive of Palestinian ancestry, material narratives of Palestinian blood and breast milk lineages? Haven't I noticed that the Palestinian family is one of the main sites of resistance to settler colonial violence right now? But I'm not afraid of this kind of challenge. I've been thinking about Palestine before October 7th as a family abolitionist, thinking family abolition. It is central to the politics of any family abolitionist worth her salt, that the family as a story is enshrined in the definition of the grievable and in the legibility of any quote-unquote people's claim to national sovereignty. Family is materially, in myriad instances, the only thing that human beings have got. And that actually is the problem that family abolitionism names.
Thanks,
It is the
Kelly. I
limits
appreciate
of the
it.
family that are touched every day when someone on TikTok uploads a video in Gaza distributing candy to a group of boys saying, "My sons, you are all my sons." And I think we can call this disaster polymaternalism. Disaster polymaternalism, a form of polymaternal care born of disaster. And it seems odd and somewhat besides the point to me.
Oh,
to say
holy
in
shit,
response to these
Sophie.
kinds of
Seriously? Oh my Sophie. Sophie is essentially saying, I think that the fact, yes, polymaternalism. One of the ways that socialists want to queer the nuclear family is through polyamory, which is basically being in a relationship with more than one person. Now, not everyone who is polyamorous is a socialist, but a lot of socialists are polyamorous, including Sophie, by the way. I know because I've seen Sophie's Instagram. Sophie both has like a living girlfriend and she also has a guy that she runs around with. So Sophie is both like, so Sophie is like probably pansexual and Sophie is really pansexual, polyamorous, non-binary, queer. Sophie is like everything rolled up into one. She is saying that because so many people are losing their family in Gaza, that the Palestinians are now engaging in polymaternalism, which is the Palestinians are having to create their own polycules, communal families, and are escaping the nuclear family by creating these polycules.
that we can see every day on our phones, that the nuclear family would be better than this. I feel similarly when pundits in the US talk about the quote-unquote two-parent privilege, as though two parents is better than one. Yeah, sure, a rather obvious point, but that somehow means that 20 parents are not better than two. The point I'm making is that the fact that the bombs are falling.
That somehow means that 20 parents are not better than 2. What Sophie is saying is the more parents, the better. Everyone should be a parent to everyone else in the community. It takes a village. That is what she's saying. Does everyone understand that?
Is not a reason to remove a revolutionary feminist lens. The family is not to be vindicated simply because colonized families are fighting for survival. We should really try not to romanticize things simply because our enemies are trying to destroy them. We should not become revanchists simply because it is imperial violence that is precipitating the development of alternatives. So to recap my digression, which as you can see is not really a digression at all, the insinuation that family abolition is somehow a privileged or a white politics in a moment of imperial war not only dismisses the whole politics fugitive history, it also seems like an inattentive response to the survival skills emerging from the situation at hand. Last week, when I was in Vienna, a Palestinian woman told me that even before the era of the WCN-SF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family.
Ooh.
All children.
Hang on. Do I smell a new t-shirt coming on? How did we not think of this before? ACAB, all commies are bastards. I need to make that. I'm going to make that t-shirt tonight. Okay, maybe not tonight, but I'm going to make that t-shirt. Yes, this is the Imperial Stout. This is the 13. This is why I'm not taking any shit tonight in the chat. This is the 13% Imperial Stout with Indonesian vanilla and dates. And it's delicious.
Belong to
This doesn't matter. Not relevant. Not relevant at all to what we're talking about.
all of us was a common Palestinian saying. It makes perfect sense, she said, if one is willing to grapple with the possibility that the family is ultimately a scarcity-based way of organizing care. All children are the children of all of us makes sense as a distillation of a form of family abolitionism arising, yes, as a survival strategy, perhaps only intended to be temporary in an emergency, and as an adaptive measure to conditions of unthinkable violence. But it is nevertheless a standpoint that gives rise to transformation, and it is a radical, albeit tragically necessitated, deprivatization of care. And the hope of family abolition is radically decolonial and anti-genocidal, finally, because it's fundamental.
Why is family abolition decolonial? Because I was led to believe by conservative influencers on Twitter, led by James Lindsay, that decolonization means violent revolution. So if Sophie is saying that abolishing the family is decolonial, does that mean that we're in a violent revolution against the family? Are all families going to be murdered? Or does that mean something else? Why is Sophie saying that abolishing the family is decolonial? Because decolonial means deprivatization. Because the family is a form of private property, and decolonizing means getting rid of private property. She believes capitalism imposed the nuclear family on other cultures. Because abolishing the family is anti-capitalist. Because capitalism created the nuclear family, therefore abolishing the nuclear family would be getting rid of the oppressive force of capitalism, which is what decolonization actually means. Decolonization does not mean violent revolution. It can That can be a form of decolonization, but it doesn't necessarily have to, because decolonization means liberation from capitalism. It means removing the role of capitalism and private property from the family structure. Decolonization is taking back the privatization toward and giving it back to the collective. Does everyone understand this? Are there any questions? Decolonization happens all around us all the time. Every single equity department in schools is an effort in decolonization.
Fundamental hope is that as revolutionary action, both reactive and proactive, begin to remove the burdens on the private household, the logic of us and them starts to collapse altogether. The logic of us for us and them for them becomes gradually
you can.
everyone for everyone.
Yep.
And that's a quote, quoting the demand that the relatives of the Israeli hostages brought to the Knesset on October 28th. I'm not saying it was in and of itself revolutionary, but the family members were asking, as you probably know, that the thousands of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, who had been there for, in some cases, decades, be released in exchange for the 240 at that time still living, kidnapped by Hamas. They were mobilizing, in my opinion, the moral authority of the family against the familism of the nation state. And if we follow the logic of this movement of real families against the family, by necessity, this policy proposal of everyone for everyone requires a repossession and a sharing of everything, i.e., everything for everyone. And that is quite simply what my politics reduces to, and what the still living dream of communization or communism with a small c means. Organized care scarcity is diabolical. It makes us cling the more tightly to that which we have, forgetting to demand that which we deserve. For conservatives and for nostalgics in particular, the end of the family is an anxious fantasy imagined as already upon us and played upon to great effect by neoliberals. And the fantasy itself is astonishingly durable. We can find this kind of narrative about kids these days where supposedly they aren't forming families as they ought to, all the way back in antiquity. Nowadays, the updated, populist version pits neoliberal atomization against the family and paints the family as an antidote to individualism, even a bastion of resistance to the marketization of the world. I'm sorry, actually, familism is individualism. By compelling us to get our needs met.
I don't know how to say this word. How do I say this word? Famulism? Is that what she said? Famulism is individualism? It's saying formalism there, but that's not what she's saying. She's saying famulism.
I'm sorry, actually, familism.
Familism. Familism. Familism is individualism. Why does she believe that familism is individualism? These people are not funded by George Soros, you absolute... Wait, hang on. Hang on. Radical revolutionary socialists are not funded by George Soros. The college protesters are not funded by George Soros. So actually, I think I was about to yell at you. I think you're making a different point than what I was about to yell at you about. But you're giving me an opportunity to remind people that every single person, like Alex Jones, who is saying that the college protesters are funded by George Soros are absolutely full of shit and should not be listened to at all. The reason we know they're not funded by George Soros is a lot of them literally say in the charters of their organization they're not going to take funding like that because it corrupts their pure political mission. Okay, now back to this. Familism is individualism. What does it mean? Why is she saying familism is individualism? Because families are not part of the collective. The privatized capitalist family is not part of the collective. It's not part of the collective. It's under capitalism. Remember, individualism is a form of capitalism. They perceive individual rights to be a form of private property that they want to abolish under capitalism. Families are individualistic, not a part of the collective. Family is in direct opposition of government childcare. That's why they use alongside individualism interchangeably. The family is the smallest unit in society. Well, the individual is actually the smallest unit in society. So I don't agree with that perspective, Akshay, but the family is individualism. Individualism is against the collective. Capitalism is related to individualism, and socialism is about the collective. Yep. Well done, well done, well done.
Is individualism by compelling us to get our needs met via private channels, i.e. receiving care from kin, or buying goods like food and services like private home cleaning. The family functions as an anti-social machine. The principles of family first automatically demands a prioritization of the self, the little team of self-support, of carers,
The
of
little
heirs,
team of self-support.
property-like dependence over the wider collectivity. I think it goes a bit like this. You there, you're letting your family down, especially if you don't have one yet. The weak link in your domestic partnership is you, probably. Or maybe you aren't coupled yet, and surely you ought to be. Maybe you have commitment issues, or you don't have enough to offer. Either way, you surely aren't making your parents proud. Not really. Also, you don't look after grandpa as you should, do you? In any case, you definitely aren't a good enough son, a good enough daughter, good enough grandchild. If you have children, you definitely aren't a good enough parent to them. Can you really guarantee their safety? Didn't you potentially traumatize or accidentally poison them that one time? Perhaps you ought to be a parent by now, and you aren't. Or possibly you don't want your own children. It makes you a kind of murderer of your family line, not to mention your mom's heart. Otherwise, clearly there's something wrong with you if motherhood isn't fulfilling you, if marriage is a disappointment, if you're estranged from your relatives or dissatisfied with a life devoted to your kids, if you can't stand your in-laws. Alternatively, you're too devoted, you're too family-oriented, in which case, what kind of career model are you setting in this cutthroat market society? You should feel guilty. Don't you feel guilty? If you don't feel guilty, you should feel guilty about that.
As a reminder, for people who think that the only reason that Sophie is an abolish the family socialist is because she had a terrible childhood and she hates her father and stuff like that. As a reminder, most socialists who push abolish the family have kids themselves. These are not childless people. That's not why they're doing it. This is not some sort of private vendetta. That is a conservative bullshit talking point that is not grounded in reality at all. And we should stop using it and we should stop assuming it, because most people who are pushing this ideology have children themselves.
If you live in an overdeveloped country, you've heard all of that, I think, 1,000 times, explicitly or not. You can call this familism, call it family values ideology, whose exponents are always decrying a breakdown of the family, even though no such breakdown has ever really occurred, notwithstanding the decline in marriage rates and the demise, yes, of the Fordist male breadwinner household.
Fordist.
In 2024, more people depend on family than ever before in living memory. For many, there's only one thing worse than having a family under late capitalism, namely not having one. You can also call it, as I said, human nature, because the romantic couple form, imagined as biologically innate, remains the gold standard for full global citizenship, not to mention a normative standard enshrined in welfare programs and tax policies that emphasize uniting with a romantic partner as the way to marshal the resources to get by. You can call it, finally, the reigning economic regime, because that was uncanny. Wow, it's never happened to me before. You can call it the reigning economic regime, because scarcity is the motor of the whole system of privatized care, by which I mean, again, the family. Wow, Google Voice decides to respond to me now for the first time ever. Let me be.
Yes, when Sophie referred to Fordist, she meant Henry Ford. Why is Sophie referring to that specifically? And let's remind ourselves, for people who have not read Brave New World recently, that in Brave New World, the leader of their society was called his Fordship. Why is Sophie referring to Henry Ford in not so nice terms, to be honest? They're not saying that Fordism was a good thing. Fordism was, yes, Yasmin, Fordism is the industrialization of society. Fordism is the assembly line. Fordism is the Industrial Revolution. That's when capitalism really became a problem. That's when people literally became cogs in the machine, isn't it? The assembly line. Industrial Revolution pushed capitalism. Nope, they don't believe this. This is not what they believe. They do not believe that Ford created the nuclear family. They actually believe that farmers created the nuclear family. Farmers created private property. Farmers created the nuclear family because it was the nuclear family that was running farms.
Be clear. The family feels non-negotiable for many people right now because, in a way, it is non-negotiable. It is indispensable, especially for many marginalized and criminalized people's survival. But idealizing it is madness. The family is barely working. In the process of fulfilling its economic functions, it is killing and harming.
No. Wrong. I have them on video saying this, bro. Farmers created private property. Farmers created privatization. So no, this is not correct. They do not believe Fordism created the nuclear family. They believe the nuclear family was created prior to that with the creation of private property that happened by farmers. I mean, I don't particularly care what was read. I don't care. I know what I have on video and I know what I've seen them say. So I don't care, to be very blunt.
So many queer youths, so many women, so many kids, and other people too. Again, it's no less than the primary source of violence for all of the groups I mentioned. This is a permanent crisis compounded by the material inability of so many battered and feminized people to flee. In pure economic terms, then, the family is crazily labor intensive. It's resource inefficient in that it normalizes the fragmentation and the endless repetition across separated households, one after the other, of tasks and acts of consumption that would far, far better be undertaken in larger groups. So as such, for the new wave of family abolitionist thinkers like Kathy Weeks,
Oh, look,
Madeleine
Emmy
Rainey
O'Brien.
McKinley, Jules Gleason, Lola Olufemi, Tiffany Latabo King, M.E. O'Brien, Iman Abdelhadi, and me, the capitalist family.
Look at this.
Firstly,
Look at this. We've watched this on Socialism Saturday. That's a thumbnail from something we watched. We've watched this on Socialism Saturday. We've watched her. We've watched her. We've watched her. We've obviously watched Sophie. I don't know these other people. We'll have to look them up. But this is like, we've watched almost every single thing that Sophie's got on this slide. I feel rather accomplished. Fordism equals capitalism, realizing the use of exploiting the reproduction of workers to fill the lines. I mean, no, that's not, I think, what I said. Guys, capitalism existed before Fordism. Fordism is the Industrial Revolution. Fordism accelerated everything. That's all it is. It's just an acceleration. It's not the Tayton, you have got to stop overthinking things, bro. We've talked about this before. You overthink things to the point where you go round the fucking bend. Fordism was about creating the assembly line. The assembly line made it possible to oppress more people under capitalism, to get more people like into the factories and stuff like that. But it didn't create capitalism. It didn't create the nuclear family. It accelerated the entire process. Does that make sense? All right, you're just asking. Fine. But like, again, like, and I say this with love, Tayton, you've got to stop overthinking things. You really do. Because you're so close with a lot of this stuff, and then you just keep on, you think you're, and I'm saying this to you because I want you to learn from it, and I think other people can learn from it too. I'm not trying to insult you, I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but like what you do is you get to the right answer, and then you keep overthinking it, and then you overshoot the right answer. So you get there, and you're there, and then you just keep going. You know what I'm saying? I mean this is a piece of constructive feedback. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. A lot of people do this. Sometimes the simple answer, in fact, most of the time, the simple answer is actually just the answer. Yeah, Tayton, you're doing what James Lindsay did with the Gnosticism bullshit, which is like, James Lindsay started with like, woke is a cult. Okay, yes, I agree. Woke is a religion. Okay, now like you're making that argument, but I'm not sure it is what you think it is. And then all of a sudden we're on woke is a Gnostic a Gnostic sex cult that is colluding with Oprah to bring about a one world government globalist conspiracy theory. It's like you had it when you said woke is a cult. That was good. And then you just kept fucking going. Don't be James Lindsay, bro. We don't care what Lenin was obsessed with. We care what's going on in the real world right now.
Be understood, as I've already insisted, via the lens of its privatization of human responsibility for the making of life.
This is the shit that's gonna get, bro. This is the shit that's gonna get you banned off my channel. This is not real. This is made up bullshit. We are not engaging in conservative conspiracy theory bullshit here. Why do I have to spend half of Socialism Saturday yelling at like a handful of retards in my chat who are being disruptive? Every goddamn fucking week. Every fucking week. Rottweiler says capitalism evolved alongside human civilization when trade became a thing. There's not a specific point in history where capitalism popped into existence. No point in overthinking it. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much right. I agree with that. Always appreciate the feedback. I appreciate you, Tate, and you know I do. I don't give a flying fuck what your favorite influencer tells you. I don't know who that is. I don't care who that is. That person, whoever they are, probably has no relevance to what I'm doing at all. So you can complain all you fucking like. But if you keep trying to chat stuff into me and being disruptive and bringing up shit that has nothing to do with this conversation, I'm just going to ban you. This is your last fucking warning. I've already given you 2 warnings tonight. I'm tired of fucking seeing it. I don't want to see it any fucking more.
The making of people. The revival of family abolitionism.
All right. So now you're saying you're not talking about socialists. The literal title of the fucking stream you are watching, retard, is Socialism Saturday. So if you are coming in here just to hear yourself talk about things that have no relevance to what we're talking about, get the fuck out. The next time you chat in something that has no relevance to what we are talking about and no relevance to what we're doing, you're going to be banned. You are literally watching a stream called Socialism Saturday. If you are not here to talk about radical revolutionary socialists, you are not wanted and your opinion is not fucking valued. My God, we always get to the core of it. Every fucking time we get to the core of it. We do not talk about Freemasons on this channel. That is not what we're doing. No one gives a fuck. All right, Bertrand Russell just got himself permanently banned. Goodbye, asshole. Every goddamn time with these every fucking time. Conservatives fuck up everything with this conspiracy theory bullshit and with not listening to what other people are saying. The entire reason we are in the mess that we are in is because conservatives refuse to sit their asses down, shut their fucking mouths, and listen to what other people are saying. If conservatives just did those things, then we would be in a completely different situation. But no, they refuse because they just like hearing themselves talk. And they just make the shit up that has nothing to do with what's going on right in front of them just to hear themselves talk. Don't be a fucking retarded conservative. My God.
From 2015 onwards in the Western Anglosphere began with an essay called Kinderkommunismus by Daniel K. Doyle Griffiths and Jules Gleason. It's unfolding now in multiple languages and in translation across Europe, East Asia, and the Americas. I'd venture to speak for all of us when I say it's not just a question of making visible the catastrophic situation of the familial status quo. It's also a question of thinking, what does the family prevent us from doing or desiring? What does the family prevent us from bringing to an end? I want to propose that denaturalizing the family is an important task for artists, amongst other people, today, and that speculative visions, in particular, can help educate our desire, to use a phrase of Frederick Jameson's, our desire to experiment with alternatives. In the British feminist activist Lola Olufemi's speculative intervention, Experiments in Imagining Otherwise, we are invited to think resistance strategies from the home we will eventually destroy, from the family that is an albatross around our necks, and from the prison of identification. We are invited into an abolitionism that of course includes the family. How could it not include the family, asks Lola. She writes that the nuclear family turns children into property,
Oh,
and that the stranglehold.
I'm sorry. What was that? What was that? And this is why we ban conservatives who are talking about nothing related to what is going on. What was that? The family turns children into property. This is what happens when you stop talking about whatever conspiracy theory you've developed in your head or that you've ascertained from James Lindsay's Gnostic bullshit, and you start actually listening to what they're saying. Logan Lansing probably would have written a much better and more accurate book had he just shut his fucking mouth and listened. The family turns children into property. Socialists want to abolish all private property. This is where attacks on parental rights comes from. Again,
We are invited into an abolitionism that, of course, includes the family. How could it not include the family? Asks Lola. She writes that the nuclear family turns children into property, and that the stranglehold of biology and obligation has made a mess of our desires for too long. It has scuppered our plans, given us children we did not want in a world that could not help us. But, she cautions, adopting some kind of anti-child, anti-mother, or matrophobic stance in the manner of some queer negationism is almost as bad. It's a terrible answer. Quote, the imperative isn't to have a child or even to desire one. The imperative, no matter who you are, is to vow to protect them from all kinds of violence and terror and pain. That is the meaning of collective being. In a similar transgender Marxist spirit, the speculative fiction Everything for Everyone, an oral history of the New York Commune by M.E. O'Brien and Iman Abdelhadi suggests that the family is a significant part of the apparatus that stands in the way of overthrowing capitalism. As I say, it's an oral history of the future, specifically
the family is a significant apparatus in the way of overthrowing capitalism. And they wrote a whole fictional book to talk about this. I actually have this on my Kindle. I haven't read it yet, but I do want to read it at some point. What they did is they wrote a fictional book that's about like interviews that took place after the fall of the capitalist United States. And they're talking to people who like lived through the experience of the revolution. So they're trying to kind of parse out how the revolution is going to take place and the things that need to happen in order to elicit the revolution. Let's listen again. Yeah, it's a fictional work. It's a fictional book in which they're imagining that they're in like 2072 and they're interviewing people who went through the Marxist revolution to figure out what happened and the downfall of the capitalist society in the United States. But these are Abolish the Family Socialists. I saw both of them speak at the Socialism Conference in person. These are Abolish the Family Socialists that are using fiction as a way to speculate how their revolution is going to take place. Again,
history of the New York Commune by M.E. O'Brien and Iman Abdelhadi suggests that the family is a significant part of the apparatus that stands in the way of overthrowing capitalism.
The book is called, Gloria's asking, what is the ebook called? It's on the screen right now. It's called Everything for Everyone, an oral history of the New York Commune, 2052 through 2072. By the way, I've said repeatedly, I think we're going to have a Marxist revolution in this country by 2050. Do you think it's any coincidence that and I didn't base that off of the date in this book. I based this off of the progression that I've seen with their activism. I've done videos on this. I've explained it on the Substack. I'm not going to go into that again. Do you think it's a coincidence that this book starts in 2052 after the revolution has taken place? There are no coincidences.
As I say, it's an oral history of the future, specifically the period 2052 to 2072. One of the people from the future in this oral history is a New Yorker called Latif.
What makes you think they hate themselves? I would say that conservatives hate themselves far more than these people hate themselves. They haven't talked about hating themselves. No one said they hate themselves. That's an assumption, Kelly. I would work on that. I don't agree with that assessment. When you guys say stuff like this, you're just doing it to make yourself feel better, make yourself feel morally superior, or to denigrate them in some way, in a way that is not aligned with what they actually say or think. I would stop making shit up if I was you, but hey.
Timbers. And he's interviewed in the year 2069. Latif recounts how the upheaval of this revolution that happens in New York City initially separated him from his family of origin and tipped him into a situation where initially many children were surviving together in the ruins of a city in a big group. But then at the time of the interview, Latif has grown up and has chosen to reform the autonomous group from before the revolution, having spent a long time in a childcare creche founded by adult militants, a creche called Afro Car. Latif works now as a gestation care coordinator. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, like in The Giver.
Which means that Latif is a point person for the whole care team that supports anybody at all, male or female.
Well, no, you're just making shit up, Kelly. Listen, conservatives. You can't just make shit up that is not grounded in reality based on primary source evidence and then excuse yourself for making shit up by saying, there are many heads to the Hydra. No. We don't do that here. You can do that on any other channel on the internet. You will not. Why are we seeing such a rash of people making shit up tonight? Because this is not normal for Socialism Saturday. What is it about this topic that is that people think is giving them permission to make shit up that is not grounded in reality? We have a 2-hour speech to get through. And I'm just like over and over and over again in the chat, we're just making shit up.
Who is doing the labor of pregnancy. And Latif explains, just about anyone can do pregnancy now. About half of the people who do pregnancy choose to do so at home in their communes, but the other half choose to go to the gestations.
And by the way, every single time that someone is spending time chatting stuff in, making shit up, what that means is they're not listening to what is going on. So should I just restart the presentation from the beginning? Because so many people haven't been listening to what Sophie's actually saying. Is that what you guys would like? I'm going to rewind this. We're going to listen to this section again. Because I don't think anyone was listening to it. So we're going to go back several minutes. All right, right there's good.
We are invited to think resistance strategies from the home we will eventually destroy, from the family that is an albatross around our necks, and from the prison of identification. We are invited into an abolitionism that, of course, includes the family. How could it not include the family? Asks Lola. She writes that the nuclear family turns children into property, and that the stranglehold of biology and obligation has made a mess of our desires for too long. It has scuppered our plans, given us children we did not want in a world that could not help us. But, she cautions, adopting some kind of anti-child, anti-mother, or matrophobic stance in the manner of some queer negationism is almost as bad. It's a terrible answer. Quote, the imperative isn't to have a child or even to desire one. The imperative, no matter who you are, is to vow to protect them from all kinds of violence and terror and pain. That is the meaning of collective being. In a similar transgender Marxist spirit, the speculative fiction Everything for Everyone, an oral history of the New York Commune by M.E. O'Brien and Iman Abdelhadi, suggests that the family is a significant part of the apparatus that stands in the way of overthrowing capitalism. As I say, it's an oral history of the future, specifically the period 2052 to 2072. One of the people from the future in this oral history is a New Yorker called Latif Timbers, and he's interviewed in the year 2069. Latif recounts how the upheaval of this...
Do not fucking tell me how to teach my class. Do not, like, did I not make it clear, Tim, at the beginning? If you do not like the way I'm teaching, get the fuck out. Go somewhere. You guys can go to any other channel on the internet that is showing you this stuff. Oh, wait, there's no channel on the internet showing you this stuff. And literally, all I ask you assholes to do is to come here and shut your fucking mouths and listen to what they're saying. And you can't do it because the enticement of making shit up that has no basis in reality in the chat is just too much for any fucking conservative to handle. You are in my house. I am not in yours. You do not tell me how to operate my streams. Do you understand? Jesus Christ. Is anyone confused about what we are doing here? Your only job is to listen to what she is saying. If you do not want to be here to listen to what she is saying, then you can go somewhere else. Your job is not to give me feedback. You are in my fucking house. I am not in yours. Your job is not to instruct me. I am the teacher of this class. You are not. This is not a fucking democracy. This is not even a monarchy. This is a goddamn dictatorship. And if you don't like it, then leave. No one is forcing you to be here. My God.
Revolution that happens in New York City initially separated him from his family of origin and tipped him into a situation where initially many children were surviving together in the ruins of a city in a big group. But then at the time of the interview, Latif has grown up and has chosen to reform the autonomous group from before the revolution, having spent a long time in a childcare creche founded by adult militants, a creche called Afro-Car. Latif works now as a gestation care coordinator. Oh, excuse me. which means that Latif is a point person for the whole care team that supports anybody at all, male or female, who is doing the labor of pregnancy. And Latif explains, just about anyone can do pregnancy now. About half of the people who do pregnancy choose to do so at home in their communes, but the other half choose to go to the gestation center, where there is a very high-tech situation of skillful, immersive care. There's a theater, there are counselors, there's a swimming pool, and so on. Emmy O'Brien, besides being an oral ethnographer in real life, she's one of the people behind the Trans Oral History Project in New York in real life.
Can
is
someone
also,
Google
you know,
that
besides
Trans
being a
Oral
fiction
History
writer,
Project,
obviously,
please?
a science fiction writer in a
Thought.
sense. She's also a professor of sociology and a psychoanalyst and a mother. She has published many texts on the subject of care, communization, including Family, Abolition, a whole book, much longer than my little red pamphlet, on the history of the capitalist family. It's a great companion if
Thank you, Bot.
if your appetite has been whetted by Abolish the Family, because our projects have evolved together and are the product of the same struggles and thoughts. We're comrades.
Perfect.
She spends a lot of time imagining, compared to me, who I haven't ventured into speculative fiction yet, otherwise worlds. She thinks deeply not only about the way things can and will be better, and the ways in which human beings will slowly transform as a result of the gradual elimination of artificial scarcity.
Yo.
She also thinks
true.
about the trauma that gets inflicted on people in the process of fighting and trying to overthrow capitalism. She thinks about the therapeutic needs that people who make a revolution bear. Anyway, M.E. is based in New York and Iman in Chicago. The two writers appear in this novel as older versions of themselves. They're relatively elderly women at this point, conducting interviews towards the 20th anniversary of the revolution of the New York Commune. And again, you know, there are testimonies from ecologists, hackers, organizers, educators, carers, and teenagers. Latif is just one of them. There are people who have participated in the Intifada that finally liberates Palestine.
Oh!
And they're remarkable for their insistence on how long it takes for pain to fade. They also do a great job of bringing characters to life who want to turn the tables on their interviewers and learn about everyday life in the year 2022. And they're especially interested in the family. Here is Latif summarizing the old situation. Reading more and more about how people lived before, so he means the early 21st century, where we are. I've been realizing that family was usually blood, and that's who you lived with. And who you lived with was really tied into what you got. So like if your blood had food, you had food. And if they had a nice house and heat, you did too. If they didn't, well, tough shit for you. You were fucked. Honestly, it's hard to imagine making all your choices based on blood. Why would it matter so fucking much who gave birth to you? Or who you fell in love with? Or who happened to have the same parent? Like, what if those people were straight up assholes? Or just didn't know how to take care of you? And people really only had two parents who were expected to take care of everything? So inefficient. Why wouldn't you collectivize things like childcare? It makes no goddamn sense. I still cannot believe that people used to do nursery level care all by themselves with just one other person back in the day? Honestly, how? And in response to this, Iman, who is the interviewer, laughs. She says, "Why do you think birth rates dropped so much in the beginning of the 21st century? It was just so hard to do this in these tiny households of 1 or 2 people." It is too hard, isn't it? We all know it's too hard. There is actually no need for it to be this way.
What does that say? Capitalism also depends on domestic labor. What that means is, without women under the patriarchy, which is created by the gender binary, which is created by capitalism, without women doing the unpaid labor of birthing and raising the nuclear family by being mothers and caring for children, there are no workers under capitalism that can be exploited. Does everyone understand that? What they're saying is that forcing women via the patriarchy, which is created by capitalism, because capitalism created the gender binary, which put men in the workplace, women in the home, by forcing women into the home, doing the unpaid labor of doing the care work in the home, without that, capitalism cannot exist. What that means is that if the left can do things to abolish the gender binary and also to disrupt the forced unpaid labor in the home, that means they're going to get at the nuclear family. So things like reproductive justice, abortion, allowing unlimited abortion on demand is an attack on the gender binary and the nuclear family. That's why the left supports it. That means that pushing women to be in the workplace and have careers and be older and financially successful before they start to find a man to get married and to think about having kids, that is an attack on the gender binary. They're talking about birth rates dropping. It's the same thing. It's the same principle. Now, I'm not saying that everyone needs to have kids. God knows I'm a married woman. I'm not having kids. Absolutely not doing it. So I'm not saying anyone has to do anything. But what I want people to see is the focus on keeping women in the workplace and not married in the home is not just about, girl power and all that. It's a concerted focus on attacking the nuclear family in order to disrupt it so that they can eventually abolish capitalism. Does everyone see that? Yeah, I mean, this topic should freak out everyone. It's the most dystopian topic that exists. What the left is trying to do, almost every single thing the left is trying to do, is an attack on the privatized nuclear family. And the reason they're attacking the privatized nuclear family is the same reason why Sophie called this a happy ending for the capitalist family, because they believe the nuclear family upholds capitalism and they cannot abolish capitalism until they get rid of the nuclear family. That is the crux of all of this. If you only walk away from this descent into the land of retardia that we've taken tonight, if you only walk away from this learning one thing, it's that the goal of the reason the left wants to abolish the nuclear family is because they believe abolishing the nuclear family is necessary to abolish capitalism. Does everyone understand that? Let me know if you're confused.
Instead of limiting our ambition to simply mitigating and supporting the basic blueprint of family economy, what if we started afresh from the old 1960s and 1970s women's liberationist insight that mothers deserve more than the family, that children deserve more than the family, that all people deserve more than the family? It is not necessary or inevitable that the care system that we all consent to turns so many of us individually into the reason why our parents suffered workplace exploitation for decades. This unpayable debt, as we all know, makes everyone involved resentful at least some of the time. Witnessing our caregivers' sacrifices, we feel guilty for wondering whether we nevertheless maybe deserved more than we got care-wise. We feel guilt that we don't want to put our family members over all other human beings, and guilt about the patently antisocial fact that we do. This type of cascading guilt about guilt, hampers our very ability to dream of other ways of relating, other ways of living, other ways of organizing shelter, food production, leisure, laundry, education. It binds us to scarcity, to the given. To be generous, this also stems from compassion a lot of the time. We think, oh, others close to us seem unfulfilled. Maybe that's my fault. Guilt can be an empathetic response vis-a-vis loved ones and their thwarted desires for a better life. But even here, our love for people in our family paradoxically becomes a cause of our inability to see the family as a source of harm to them. Instead, I think we can practice being good death doulas for the good death of the family.
Wow,
By acknowledging the family
Sophie.
together with our family members as the impossible demand that it is.
No,
What can
Kelly.
we practice?
Stop making shit up. There will be no map talk. I have listened to Sophie for years. I know her exact position on this, and her exact position on this is children should not be sexualized. I've literally heard her say that in person. So stop making shit up. I am being fucking serious. I am getting so sick of this. This is a conservative bullshit fantasy. Nothing more. I seriously. Now I need to go back and listen to it because I was so distracted by the bullshit ensuing in my chat that I didn't even hear it. So now we're going to back up. God fucking damn it. Let's just listen.
Of our inability to see the family as a source of harm to them. Instead, I think we can practice being good death doulas for the good death of the family by acknowledging the family together with our family members as the impossible demand that it is. What can we practice doing in the present? What can we start knowing out loud? And what, for instance, in the domain of DNA, can we refuse to know? How can we consciousness raise? In Everything for Everyone, Latif, the gestation care coordinator, is in the middle of telling Iman about a person who came into the gestation center recently. When Iman asks the question, how did she get pregnant? And Latif exclaims, whoa, we never ask that. That's not really our business. I think there was a lot of work around this politically in the last couple of decades. DNA doesn't give anyone ownership of children. Children are children. They're precious and beautiful. And it doesn't really matter who made them or how, you know? Once someone is pregnant, which is where I come in, we don't ask about the methods. Iman apologizes. Oh, that's
what Sophie is literally saying. As the conservatives are here going, pedophile, pedophile, pedophile. That's why you want to abolish the family. It's pedophilia. Everyone's a groomer. Everyone's a groomer that doesn't agree with us. That's not what she's saying at all. What she is saying is that every child deserves to be cared for. That's actually the basis of the argument, guys. In real life, not in conservative bullshit retardia, the argument that she's making is that every child deserves to be cared for, and they deserve to be cared for regardless of who their parent is. That is the actual argument. Not any of this bullshit groomer fucking map fucking narrative. The problem is that in order to achieve Sophie's vision of the world, that results in the state owning the children. That is what the problem is. Is anyone confused by this? I'm looking at you, Kelly. Are you confused by this? Sophie may be a lot of things. Sophie might be insane. Sophie might be esoteric. Sophie might be eclectic. But Sophie's actually not a pedophile. She's really not. And calling everyone that disagrees with you and is pointing out logic and common sense a groomer and a pedophile and insinuating that that's the underlying current of what's going on here is conservative fucking bullshit. Is everyone clear on this? Yes, this is the it takes a village. And you're calling it crapola, but they're winning and you're losing. So what does it say that you're losing to crapola? You must really suck if you're losing to crapola. My God.
Okay, says Latif. There are still folks who ask, and that's something we've been working on in the repro world. We talk about it at conferences and at citywide meetings a lot, how to shift people's focus away from the bio of it all. But honestly, the very structure of the commune has already done away with people's attachment to the bio. Latif is explaining how following 2 decades of mass anti-capitalist insurrection, love itself in the year 2069 is no longer...
Yes, you are losing. We're all losing. And I no longer believe people when they say they're not a conservative because somehow they come into my chat spewing conservative talking points. And then the minute I call them a conservative, they go, I'm not a conservative. I just agree with conservatives on everything. And I'm voting for Donald Trump. And I think MAGA is the greatest thing to ever happen in the world. But I'm not a conservative. I swear I'm not a conservative. I don't believe you, bro. I don't believe you. Yes, you are losing. You are losing. We are all losing. But there are some of us that take losing seriously. There are some of us that engage in bullshit. Guess which category you're in right now?
Longer held hostage by money or food or shelter or education. I would add that the love that the Bolshevik commissar 100 years ago, Alexandra Kollontai, proposed as an antidote to what she called property love, capitalist love, was known as red love. This was really similarly a love not held hostage by concepts of blood and gene. Those of us who have advocated for family abolition for 200 years have not linked up with each other across the generations as well as we could. But we have at times attempted to create movement memory, and that's kind of part of what I'm doing, holding the flame aloft for a concept in a period of demobilization and political darkness. We have more or less I'm sort of saying we to include this long genealogy of comrades who didn't agree on everything. We've more or less always argued that how might we bring an end to care scarcity is not a question that can be answered separately from the question of how to end capitalism. You can't abolish the family without abolishing capitalism. Or if you can, whatever.
What does care scarcity mean? Pop quiz for the chat. If you cannot answer this question, then you have not been listening for the past almost 3 hours that we've been streaming tonight. What does care scarcity mean? What does care scarcity mean? I'm going to let some answers populate into the chat until I see enough answers that I feel comfortable that people are, by and large, answering. What does care scarcity mean? It means that poor people can't afford care. Well, that's not what care scarcity means, Maria. You're not listening to the question. You're not answering the question I'm asking. Privatization of care, child care, elder care, disabled care, health care. Lack of access to private care. Some families have more access to money than others. Privatized care means care scarcity. It's hard to find daycare, elder care, etc. Exactly. Privatized healthcare. Because of no equity, not everyone can afford the care they need. It's a crapshoot based on what kind of family you're born into. I've explained repeatedly on this stream already what family abolition looks like. If you have other questions, go over to my Substack. I've written about it there. I've explained this repeatedly. Care scarcity means insufficient care for elderly and the young. Private care for the elites. Privatized care versus collective care. Not just for children, Kyle. For everyone, not just for children. The state is already passing laws that get rid of parental rights. This is literally already happening in our country right now. Why don't people know about this? I've been talking about this for goddamn 2 years. Why don't you guys know that this is already happening? California's already passed these laws. Washington has already passed these laws. Montana's governor took a child away from their family because the family wouldn't trans their child. Minnesota's already passed these laws. Massachusetts is trying very hard to pass these laws. Why don't you guys know this is already happening? No, I did not misunderstand your Hydra comment. I did not misunderstand it at all. What you are doing is trying to justify being a distraction and making shit up. So don't apologize to me. Just stop doing it.
Whatever that is not our family abolition. It's something else. Maybe destruction or prohibition. Utopian thinkers like Charles Fourier, historical materialists like Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, Bolsheviks like Kollontai, who I just mentioned, and in the US, my primary sphere of reference, 1968 era radicals, from gay liberation to anti-psychiatry to crip power, disability liberation, to the radical
anti-psychiatry. Did the focus, this is a question, I don't know the answer to this. Did the focus on Freud and psychoanalysis arise in the late 60s as a revolt to psychiatry?
Radical wing of the welfare rights movement to wages for housework. All of these family abolitionists were adamant that the communization of care is inextricably linked to the communization of all infrastructure. That's not necessarily to say that you shouldn't try any kind of family abolitionist praxis at home. Solidarity does begin at home, as the children's liberationists say, but make sure you try it most of all in the streets. There are many people out there hungry for praxis, people to link up with. I detect in the air a faint yet unmistakable desire to talk about family abolition again, and to tell the story of feminism, the story of gender liberation.
Again, you are not listening. I am not talking about when was Freud active. I am talking about when socialists started idealizing Freud. Those are two different questions. Perhaps if you stopped talking and you started actually listening to what was being said, you wouldn't be answering a question that I'm not asking. So seriously, we've got another hour of this presentation to go, guys, and I really want to. I'm fucking begging you to stop descending into the land of retardia, to actually listen to what is being said and respond to what is being said, not some made up thing that you're coming up with in your head because you want to hear yourself talk. What is actually being said, both what is being said by Sophie and what is being said by me. I am getting really fucking sick of this. If people keep being ridiculous and descending into the land of retardia, I'm just going to cut this short and I'm going to go spend time with my husband. And we don't have to watch the whole thing.
Over the centuries as an insurgency against the private household. I will not deny that COVID was an insufficiently exploited opportunity for the left. It breaks my heart a little bit. Why didn't we ask for more? During a different state of national and international emergency, during World War II, English government experts stated publicly that the production of individual meals by individual housewives was wasteful, both in economic and nutritional terms. This was called wartime socialism, right? So people briefly got to eat at British restaurants with piano music and flowers on the table. Obviously, the logic behind decommodified communal dining like this still holds in peacetime, as anyone involved in Food Not Bombs initiatives could tell you. Free meals enjoyed at long dining tables, adorned with bouquets. We could call this communal luxury, sure. But why don't we insist while we're at it that communal luxury is a basic human need? Decommodified food, decommodified housing, decommodified public transport, decommodified and free 24/7 childcare and all ages education. These are basic human rights, are they not? Everyone for everyone, everything for everyone. Note that COVID lockdowns have helped illustrate to a lot of people very tangibly just how untenable families are. There is, I think, curiosity about what techniques can help organize reproduction and production for need rather than for profit. Why don't we amp up the pressure and spread the word? The family blackmails us into working shitty jobs for love of our kids until we're dead. It doesn't need to be like this. wasn't it precisely the economic ideology of the family that drove so many of us, perversely, to threaten our loved ones' lives by going out to work for their sakes during lockdown? You know what? Love for one's family is actually a great starting point for recruitment into family abolition. I think it will be in part by thinking.
I want everyone to hear this. I want everyone that thinks that these people are just childless people who never had familiar love in their lives and hate their parents. I want everyone to listen to what Sophie's about to say.
Down. You know what? Love for one's family is actually a great starting point for recruitment into family abolition. I think it will be in part by thinking about the people currently in our families, i.e., what do they really need? How might those needs really be met, that we will figure out together how to bring about this happy ending for the capitalist family.
What did Sophie just say? I want everyone to repeat back to me, especially you, unknown artist. I want everyone to repeat back to me what Sophie just said. Go. Yes, of course. We are engaging in child's play. Yep. James Lindsay doesn't even know this content exists, but we're engaging in child's play. Yep. Totes. What did Sophie just say? I specifically stopped the presentation to tell everyone to listen because I knew what she was about to say because I've listened to way too many hours of Sophie. And then she said it, and now I've paused it, and now I'm asking people to explain to me what Sophie just said. I'm just going to wait. I want to see a lot more answers in the chat than what I'm seeing right now. And if you're not answering this question, I do not want to see your chat. Why is Sophie saying that if you love your family, you want to abolish it? None of you have the correct answer so far. Nope. Wrong answer, bro. Wrong fucking answer. It was not gibberish. You were not listening. Try again. Why is Sophie saying, well, of course you don't understand what she means. You weren't fucking listening. This is the point that I am making tonight. There are way too many people who are just talking to hear themselves talk and not listening to what she is saying. Of course you don't understand it. You are not fucking listening. Why is Sophie saying that if you love your family, you will want to abolish it? She wants people to love everyone in the same way they love their own families. It's more than that, but that's a really good start. She is working towards a chosen family that is part of the collectivized family apart from the nuclear family. Not exactly, Reagan. On the right track, but not exactly. You guys still aren't listening. You aren't listening. Let's listen again. We're just going to keep going back and listening to this until people start fucking listening.
Lives by going out to work for their sakes during lockdown? You know what? Love for one's family is actually a great starting point for recruitment into family abolition. I think it will be in part by thinking about the people currently in our families, i.e., what do they really need? How might those needs really be met that we will figure out together how to bring about this happy ending for the capitalist family?
What did Sophie just say? Again. If care is decolonized, the people you love will get the care they need. Very good, Sam. Very good. Because the nuclear family can never meet the needs of family members, it takes a community to provide for their needs. Very good. You can meet everyone's needs in a collective instead of a private family. Very good. Nope. 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 Completely wrong answer. Completely wrong answer. Listen harder next time. Collectivized care is good for your family. Very good. If you love your family, they will be better served by the collective than being owned by the capitalist privatized family. Very good. This is the argument that Sophie is making. We hinge into reality here. We do not buy in to made up conservative bullshit talking points. We hinge into reality. Abolishing capitalism and the nuclear family will allow all family needs to be met. Very good. Basically, that everyone gets their needs met. Very good, Shelley. I don't recognize you, so very good. The needs of family members are not fully met in the nuclear family. There is more care available in the collective. I don't know what that last word is, but yes. If I didn't show your answer on screen, you didn't get it right. So we're going to listen one more time.
You know what? Love for one's family is actually a great starting point for recruitment into family abolition. I think it will be in part by thinking about the people currently in our families, i.e., what do they really need? How might those needs really be met that we will figure out together how to bring about this happy ending for the capitalist family? Family abolition is not about separating people. It's about joining us together in new and
Joseph, this is a really elegant way to put it. I'm really happy with this answer. There should be no higher love than that of the collective. That's exactly right, Joseph.
unprecedentedly free ways. It has nothing to do with removing in a vacuum the one and only support system that many of us have got. Instead, it's a demand for the conditions of possibility for our relationships to flourish and multiply. I promised I would comment a little bit on the word abolish. As you may have heard in recent years, since the George Floyd uprising, which brought the concept into popular consciousness. Abolition is a word with different meanings in different continents. In France, it tends to mean prohibition, criminalization specifically of prostitution. This is not what I'm talking about. The tradition that I'm talking about runs from Hegel through to contemporary Black feminist Marxists and communists like Ruth Wilson Gilmore. And it has the strange meaning that is nevertheless a very precise meaning that I think is the right word and not just a provocative choice. It combines destruction, actualization, and transformation. To quote Gilmore, it means changing one thing, everything. But to put it another way, an abolitionist project builds the infrastructure that will actually meet the needs that the present state of things only pretends to meet. So family abolition is the process of meeting the need for care that the family is currently tasked with and which it is fucking up. So abolition of the police, similarly, is about building the infrastructure that delivers to humanity the real safety that cops purport to deliver, when in fact...
Did you just hear that? What is abolishing the police about, according to Sophie? We'll listen to it again, but I want to see who was listening and who was not listening. What is abolish the police about, according to Sophie? I was checking Twitter and I was still listening, so you guys have no excuse if you weren't listening. What is abolish the police about, according to Sophie? Making the world a safer place. That's a really good way to put it. Yup. Creating systems that create safety for everyone in the collective. They do not believe that the police create safety for everyone. They believe that the police are the managers of private property. Building infrastructure for real protection. Abolishing the police is putting systems in place that will actually deliver safety. Very good. Not just property holders receive safety. That's a really good point, Human Centipede. Delivering real safety. Let's listen again.
That the family is currently tasked with and which it is fucking up. So abolition of the police, similarly, is about building the infrastructure that delivers to humanity the real safety that cops purport to deliver, when in fact they inflict racial terror. And by the same token, prison abolition means building the real justice that carceral pseudo-justice today.
Well, look at that, Gloria. Gloria asked before Sophie said this, is it wrong to say that abolishing the police will bring real justice? And then Sophie literally says abolishing the prison industrial complex will bring about real justice. So no, Gloria, it seems like you're on the right track to me.
And by the same token, prison abolition means building the real justice that carceral pseudo-justice today pretends is its purpose. Bourgeois justice, the justice that serves capital, is no justice at all. To abolish justice in this sense is to give birth to a form of justice worthy of the name. So just as with prisons and the police, it is almost certainly possible, it is almost certainly impossible to abolish the family on its own. Unlike with prisons and the police, however, I think we have to be really cautious about beginning with the family. Family abolition is not, I think, a campaign slogan or a standalone platform. It's, for one thing, an attempt to describe post-capitalist life-making and the task ahead for those of us who want to communize care. The good news is that every campaign, every struggle, ecological, anti-carceral, or queer, benefits from the realization that the family is actually a thief of the flow of care in the world, and not care's supreme source.
The family is a thief of the flow of care in the real world.
We wager that another mode of life making is possible. We can learn to love each other better right now, even if we don't get to abolition in our lifetimes. We can do that by starting revolutionary movements brave enough to say, yes, it's true what the far right says. Feminism wants to abolish the family. To hell with family values and all capitalist value for that matter. And fuck parents' rights. My hunch is that just
Sophie, I love you, Sophie. I love Sophie so much. I love Sophie so much. I love her. She gives us everything. Sophie takes such good care of us. She always gives us everything that we need. Oh my God, I just had an orgasm on the internet. Oh, that was so satisfying. That was the most satisfying gift that Sophie has ever given me in the history of Sophie. This is why we listen. For all of the land of retardia that we have descended into tonight. That just made it all worth it. Like, I don't need anything else, Sophie. Sophie just made up for all of it. All right, hang on. We're going to rewind. I'm going to make a clip of it. I'm going to make a clip. Don't hang on. Let me just make sure I have my thing set up. All right, I do. Hang on. We're clipping that shit. We're clipping that shit. Hang on. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by, children. Stand by. Stand by. Hang on. All right, let's do it.
say, yes, it's true what the far right says. Feminism wants to abolish the family. To hell with family values and all capitalist value for that matter. And fuck parents' rights. My hunch is that just beyond the horizon, beckoning to those of us who want to hear it, there is a world of relationship no longer strangled by scarcity and no longer held hostage by economics. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you. Sophie, that was the greatest gift that you've ever given me. And you've given me a lot of gifts, Sophie. I love you, Sophie. I'm never going to be ashamed of this. You give me all the gifts I could ever want for an internet girlfriend. It was all worth it. It was all worth it. Yup. I am glad I stuck through the worst of retardia just for that moment. That makes this entire stream worthwhile. That was stunning and brave, Sophie. Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Very stunning, very brave. We love you, Sophie. And now we get a Q&A. So this is going to be the best part. This might be like an 18-hour stream, but we're going to get the very best of Sophie tonight.
Hi, comrade. Here we are again.
Listen, if you're new, I am usually not this hostile on Socialism Saturday. We've just had a lot of retards in my chat tonight. I'm usually not this hostile. I swear to God, it's just like abolish the family brings out the best in everyone and the worst in everyone. It is the most dystopian topic that we cover. So if you're new, don't judge me too harshly. I'm being a bitch tonight, but I feel like I'm being forced to be a bitch by the level of retardia that we have descended into in the chat. All right? But I'm glad you're having fun, Nights Lights, and I hope you come back. What question do you have? I'm giving you permission to ask it. It's fine. It's fine. Like, okay, if anyone has a question and they've been afraid of me for the entire stream, listen, Sophie just gave me the greatest gift that I can ever ask for Sophie. So, like, I'm in a really good mood right now. So if you have a question, even if it's off topic, I am briefly opening up the door for you to ask the question, okay? Because we just got a really good clip. And that's all I wanted. Yes, we need to abolish the land of retardia. Kelly is feeling sorry for herself, so Kelly's going to get put in a timeout. No whining, Kelly. No whining. I did not lift that rule. I did. I just had an orgasm and now I'm ready to cuddle. It's true. It's true. No, this is not the type of question we're asking, Joseph. That is not the type of question we're asking. Doggy style. It's not the type of question we're asking. Yep. Answering questions in the afterglow. It's true. It's true. Yep. All right. Let me know if you guys have questions. Last call. We're moving into Q&A.
Thank you for that, again, amazing talk. This is your last performance of a European tour. I think you must be exhausted after so much abolishing. Do you still enjoy it?
I do.
You do. Good. So, with a very provocative title, as your book has, Abolish the Family, I'm sure, and I know, because we've been spending some time over the past weeks, and I've seen you give these talks, that you're often pushed into the defensive, right? When you present your work during the Q&As. And so in the spirit of feminist comradeship, I would like to kick off with a more generative question that also makes your plea to abolish maybe a bit more tangible for people, though it was already very tangible. So
hang on. So we got a question. So do they push abortion now and later when the utopia is established, they will discourage it? No, they're never going to discourage abortion. They think that abortion is an issue of bodily autonomy, so they're never going to discourage it. But what they do believe is that when we live in the Marxist utopia, then everyone will have access to everything they need. And they believe that having children will be much easier and cheaper. And you're going to have, like, the collective is going to be responsible for raising your children. So it's just going to make it easier for people to have kids. So they believe that essentially one of the reasons that people participate in abortion now is that it's too hard to have kids. It's too hard to pay for kids. It's too hard to care for kids. And so that's the reason that they want abortion now. But they believe it will be not as necessary later, in terms of, like, they don't believe that people will be having abortions because they can't afford to have kids later, essentially. Where do I purchase my slime? I mean, there are a bunch of places that I found on Instagram. Slime Obsidian, Momo Slimes is one of my favorite right now. I've done Snoop Slimes. I've done Sunria Slimes. I basically, like, I have an eclectic mix of slimes. You can find them all on Instagram, and you can see kind of like videos of their slimes and decide which ones you want and which ones you don't want.
Sophie, I would like you to tell us that on what does your utopian non-family, what would it look like on a day-to-day basis? You talked about Latif, but you didn't really talk about yourself. So maybe could you give us an idea?
That's a good question.
I think. Hello. Great.
Hello, Sophie.
You know, it is the hardest question for me. I think the easiest way to know what I really want is to be in a situation of transformation and abundance. I am in despair right now, you know, because of
Sophie's so
the
dramatic.
genocide. So it's a really bad time to ask me. At the same time, perhaps it is the right time, because it is times like these when we are put in touch with our core needs, desires, requirements of each other.
I don't know, Rottweiler.
ethically,
It's a good
amongst
question.
other things.
I don't know.
And the urgency.
At some point, so Sophie teaches online classes. At some point, we're going to need to sign up for a Sophie class. Because I really just feel like Sophie's probably saying more in her classes than we can even anticipate. So that's going to have to happen. It's like $300 though, so we're going to have to see. But at some point, we're going to have to do that. Do family abolitionists envision a technological replacement for gestational labor? Yes, birthing pods. The birthing pods that conservatives are so excited about because conservatives are like, this is going to eliminate all need for abortion. Birthing pods.
See, of the fight is also
This
very
this was at the end of February, so it's very, very new.
palpable right now. I mean, what I mean when I say that I feel it most strongly when I'm in a situation of abundance is that, you know, when you are occupying a public square, you begin to realize how incredible it feels to be reviving a form of commons and having your needs met in ways that are outside of the logic of privatized scarcity. It changes you quite fast, I think, which is why it makes sense to me that Latif is amazed at how we do kin making even just a few decades into the future, you know. Yeah, but I think I'm pretty persuaded in some ways by Charles Fourier's basic broad strokes. You know, he thinks that habitation should be on a larger scale, and that, you know, people should all have to participate in some way or other in all of the tasks.
Look, I'm
you know.
mixing
It's,
slimes.
A situation where there is
In
no
celebration.
economic coercion pushing you to depend non-consensually, you know, on specific people. So your kin, and this is quite scary, kind of complicated, kind of exciting prospect, are really chosen, you know. But at the same time, there is infrastructure there to ensure that those not chosen are provided for, you know. Yeah.
So the language of abolition is it of family abolition. It's provocative, right? And you feel when you talk to people that it hits a very sore spot, like it hurts, right? You're taking something away from people. And I feel in Belgium, on the left, we can barely get our heads around police abolition, prison abolition.
Belgium, they're in
let
Belgium.
alone stand family abolition. So you already did some of the explaining at the end of the talk, what the language of abolition or what the praxis of abolition means to you, right? So, but just to reassure people in the audience, Sophie, are you going to take our grannies and mommies and babies away from us, or only our annoying drunk uncles at the Christmas party?
That's a fair question, actually.
Neither, I'm afraid. No, we'll still have to. We'll in fact have to. We'll have to probably. You know, I don't think it's necessarily easier.
what the relationships outside of family. I think it will, you know, we have certain containers to put our relationships in right now, and I think that sort of cuts off quite a lot of the complexity of love as it could be. You know,
go fuck yourself, special
but
agent.
no,
I don't love the FBI.
I don't
Don't
know if some
fucking
kind of
bedpost in my
perfect
chat.
abolition
Literally.
is even possible in this domain. I mean, of course, people are going to live with one another and form interdependencies that are stronger than the dependent. You know, it'll be really interesting to try and think about how to prevent certain households from accumulating things privately in terms of resources. But no, it's about meaning. It's about making your life more motherful. Motherful is a word from the Black feminist tradition.
What?
You know, it's about recognizing everybody's need for many mothers all through life.
Wow.
You know, and recognizing that the distribution of mothering labor has to be, you know, non-gendered and communized in itself. You know? Yeah.
Just when you thought Sophie couldn't get any more Sophie, the distribution of mothering labor needs to be non-gendered and communized. Oh, you're attending AFPAC? Okay, I'll see you at AFPAC, bro. All right. I'm sure there will be many feds at AFPAC, actually. I don't actually disagree with that. I'm just going to see what's going on, FBI. Leave me alone, Jesus Christ. Let's listen again.
Everybody's need for many mothers all through life, you know, and recognizing that the distribution of mothering labor has to be, you know, non-gendered and communized in itself, you know.
Non-gendered and communized.
Yeah, it's about proliferation of relation. Yeah.
But then you didn't consider giving the book a different title? You insist on the language of abolition, right? And proudly. Because it does the work for you.
So as I say, I think abolish has that that correct theoretic force, because it means you know, aufheben. You know, what is family for right now? What do we turn to family for? You know, it's not to destroy the family. It's to actually, you know, in a sense, actualize its promise. You know, I know that's not necessarily the everyday meaning, but I still kind of cleave to it a little bit. I mean, you could maybe sell a book called Positively Supersede the Family.
Very sexy. No, it's funny because yesterday during your talk in Amsterdam, you did the same, right? To give this hour and a half fierce, passionate plea to abolish the family. 200 years of archive of people, radicals who have done this from, you know, different sides and different positions. And then you end by saying, but yeah, guys, don't go out there with the sign that says abolish the family. That would be horrible. Don't do that. You did kind of the same now. And
Sophie has learned, because Sophie was dragged by Tucker Carlson a few years ago. And I think Sophie's still sensitive to the fact that she was dragged by Tucker Carlson a few years ago. Sophie has learned not to say abolish the family and not encourage people to say abolish the family, because people think that it means they're going to lose their grandmothers, when in fact it means something so much fucking worse than that. And conservatives won't pay attention to what it actually means, which is the elimination of parental rights and state ownership of the children. That's what it actually means. But no, we can't focus on that.
then I wonder, what do you mean? What should we do then? How do
yes,
we put
Sophie,
this
what do you mean?
Beautiful.
We got a super chat from Tayton. Has anyone here, well, this is actually a good question. Has anyone here actually read Logan Lansing's book, The Queering of the American Child? Does it say anything about family abolition, or do I need to buy it and check? Don't fucking buy that book, Tate, and don't give him your money. We'll find some, we'll get like someone will send us a PDF of it or something. We'll find this book. No, did you seriously? Did you really read? Bot, are you just being funny? Did you actually read this book? Bot, did you actually read this book? No, I knew you were a fucking liar. Julian, does it have anything in it about abolish the family at all? You guys need to stop fucking around. God. Fuck you guys. No, Logan Lansing's book says nothing about abolish the family so far. Okay, well, if anyone actually reads that book, can you let us know what it says? God, am I going to have to read that book? Should I do an entire critique of that book and talk about all the ways in which Logan Lansing is wrong? Should I actually do that? What if I read Logan Lansing's book on my supporter only podcast and I just bitch and complain about Logan Lansing's book? Am I allowed to do that? Would you guys pay me money to do that? Would you guys pay me money to read Logan Lansing's book for you and then complain about it? I don't really want... Yeah. I did. I said I was going to read Transgender Marxism and then I never got through the introduction. I did say that. But this is, Trendlin, this is completely different because I want to drag Logan Lansing. I'm like actually motivated to drag him, so... You would donate $100? Hang on. Who else wants to donate money? Hang on. Who wants to pay me to read Logan Lansing's book and to critique it? Because I'll do it if you guys are going to pay me. Like, I'll be a grifter too. If Logan Lansing and James Lindsay are allowed to be grifters, I'll be a fucking grifter too, okay? Yeah, the Inner Circle podcast for the Actively Unwoke Substack. You would pay me to do that, FBI agent? All right, well, we'll have to see. All right, we have 45 minutes left. No, I'm not going to get it from the library. I'm just going to find a PDF somewhere. There's going to be a PDF somewhere. There's always a PDF somewhere. Someone send me the Kindle version or something.
Plea, how do we put it to work? And I'm also telling this to myself, right? I always say also when I'm in the class teaching and when we are radically deconstructing all the bad isms in the world, and when we are deconstructing and taking things away from people, which like the family, we have to be super generous in what we give in return, right? Otherwise, we're just these ivory-towered scholars or museum-enclosed artists who have really nothing much to give back. So I know this is a big question, but when the family is abolished, what would you offer in return? Like, would you think of an all-encompassing
That's a good question,
welfare
Sophie.
state that provides all the public services and transport and food and housing, and that treats all of its children like
wait,
like her.
wait, did she just say the quiet part out loud completely? I'm in such a better mood now that we're in the Q&A. Did she just say the quiet part out loud in the form of a question? Did she just say, should the state provide all food and housing and childcare and treat all of its children like family? Did that just happen? I'm pretty sure it did. Hang on.
But when the family is abolished, what would you offer in return? Like, would you think of an all-encompassing welfare state that provides all the public services and transport and food and housing, and that treats all of its children like like family, or would you see it more as collective common organizations like communal childcare or housing co-ops, or like where is your horizon on how to put family abolition into
Come on,
practice?
Sophie. Come on. Come on.
Gosh, but
Come
there are
on,
so many
Sophie.
questions
Come
there.
on, Sophie. We
What-
love you. Come
Pick
on.
one, yeah.
What?
Give it to us.
Well, one of them was, this question of don't try this at home, kids. But I changed my expression of that a little bit. Plus, I didn't say don't go out there with a sign.
We cannot use it as a bumper sticker.
I'm
That was
saying don't do it. Don't try and do it alone. You can't do it without a movement against capitalism. That's really the point.
Mhm.
Of course, yeah. I guess I'm also sort of saying, you're not actually hurting capitalism by going back to your family and saying, yeah, Mama, I heard a lecture, and I've realized that our entire life together is a form of organized scarcity. So I'd like to fight me now. I don't know. Well,
Tayin comes through with the $100 pledge for me to read Logan Lansing's book. Fuck you, Tayin. I don't like you anymore. God damn it. Now I actually have to read the book? This doesn't seem very fair. I feel like all right, I'll buy the book. God. But I don't want to read this book. I really don't want to read this book. You know what? Here's the thing. I'm going to say this is a sign for I agree, Reagan. I have completely mixed emotions about this entire thing. On one hand, I am very I feel very blessed by Tayton's $100 super chat to get me to read the book. On the other hand, I don't want to read the book. I'll read the fucking book. Okay, fine. Fuck you guys. Fine. Well, this is what I'm thinking, Prometheus. It would actually be a good opportunity to show the passages that are wrong and clips of what is true. This is kind of my thought process right now, in that in order to truly debunk Logan Lansing and James Lindsay in the way that they deserve to be debunked, which is like, basically, I want to fucking nail them in the ass over and over and over again until they really fucking feel it, like they've never felt it before. In order to do that, I'm going to have to read the book. No! Fuck you, Nick. I'm not reviewing the whatever podcast ever. But thank you for the $20. But I will review the book. I'll buy the book. I'll read the goddamn book. But I am never watching the whatever podcast again. And I just want to say thank you to the FBI. Carlin, you are a based queen, and I don't give that compliment lightly. It is only reserved for truly based queens. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Maybe I'm winning over the Groypers after all. The Groypers don't want to like me, but they do. They secretly do. You want to know why? Because I don't judge them for being incels. I don't care. And I kind of think they're right about a lot of stuff. Not everything. And Nick is really funny, and I like Nick a lot. Anyway, let's continue. The Groypers even the Groypers that hate me, they secretly love me, I think. I really do. Like, when I go to AFPAC, they're all going to want to talk to me, which is going to be a little weird. But I really think that's true. We'll see, I guess.
Like, going up to immigrant families that are literally being tortured at the border and separated, kids in cages at the US border. I was marching just like everyone else with a conscience, stop family separation, stop, targeting families, the placards sometimes said, families belong together. Now that's something I really don't actually believe.
But it doesn't mean I don't understand why that is being strategically used. I do think that what the left can do is have a conversation about whether we are gaining something by using this language, whether there are also situations where it makes just as much sense
Look how
to
dark
say
that is. This is like
people
oil.
belong together, stop separating people. You know, what is the loss?
You're going to try to flirt with me at AFPAC? Oh no, Nick's going to be jealous. Okay, this is second beer. This is also an Imperial Stout. This beer looks like oil, though. I don't know how this is going to go. This is an Irish cream. This is an Imperial Stout with coffee, cocoa nips, vanilla, and Irish cream. It's a leprechaun beer. How tall are you? I'm just asking. How tall are you? Be honest. I'm going to find out eventually. I'm going to figure out who you are. No, Victor is not going to AFPAC. I'm going to AFPAC by myself. Which nothing could go wrong with me going to AFPAC by myself. But that is the current plan anyway.
There. What are we actually
You're
gaining
lying.
by using family
I don't believe you.
values for the force of our rhetoric in a situation like that, right? I think that kind of thing is where you can put the work, put the concept to work. You can start asking people to...
Wait, are you an incel or have you actually had sex with girls? This is a very important question. Be honest. I'm going to find out the truth eventually. This whole night has taken a bizarre turn. I was pissed off for like 3 hours of the stream, and now I'm like flirting with a groiper in my chat.
Reject the automatic sort of capitulation to the family values assumptions that dominate politics, you know? Okay, another thing you asked me was about I guess, you know, what I'm giving. Yeah. So after the family has been abolished, I suppose I have to also, I'm sorry, kind of quibble with this framework. I think I'm trying to think of abolition as the process of building. So I don't know really about this after. I think abolition is the making present of the care that the family promises us and doesn't deliver, you know?
We'll see.
And
okay,
so in a
we'll
sense,
see.
the question doesn't quite make sense because the answer is in the question, right? It's only when we are resourced, you know, that we are resourced. Like it, you know, the what we will gain will be the process of abolition. It will be the abundance that in fact is the process that negates the family. I think, you know, I mean, and that doesn't, like I said, you know, if you love the people in your family, I think you actually kind of want family abolition for them. And yeah, I mean, finally, you're asking about I guess the question of like whether the state or organic grassroots communes deliver this infrastructure. I'm pretty skeptical of state-based politics. I think it's extremely risky.
Really, Sophie?
As a route. At the same time, I think macro sort of, you know, infrastructures are really necessary, you know, big scale stuff. And so forms of federated sort of perhaps partially centralized, you know, administrative organization have to exist, you know. I want trains, so many more trains than we have in America. We have no trains. I mean,
fair point. We have no trains in America, Sophie.
You know,
fair point.
But I think broadly speaking, if you're asking me, yeah, I'm more of an anti-state communist. I will confess it.
I have so many questions, and I know that we have very little time, but I am going to talk about Palestine because I think it's our moral and political imperative to do so, and I'm so happy that you do.
Hang on. Tayton says, skeptical of state-based. This is why gain-of-function Marxism is so important. Yes, Sophie is like, okay, so Sophie hangs out with Emmy O'Brien. Emmy O'Brien is into like the queer anarchist subculture. They're like best friends. Sophie is a non-binary, polyamorous, pansexual. So you know Sophie is on the more anarchist ends of things. Sophie's influenced by this queer anarchist subculture as well. That's where all this stuff comes from. Carlin is going to bring her tape measure to make sure. I appreciate that about you. I mean, I was about to make a really inappropriate comment, but you got to pay a super chat for that comment. Like, really inappropriate.
And not like as a side note to kind of acknowledge your humanity and solidarity, but actually to really think through, and with Palestine.
Many things can be measured, is my comment.
What does Palestine and an unfolding genocide and the targeted destruction of entire families, extended families, neighborhoods, mosques, churches, nurseries, schools, hospitals, and entire...
Trendlin, you want to come to AFPAC with me? Trendlin's going to be my +1. I don't know. The Grapers don't like libertarians, Trendlin.
An entire
but you're not an e-girl.
Social fabric of Palestinian life.
But Trendlin is not an e-girl, and so that bodes well. So no e-girls allowed. Apparently I passed some sort of e-girl test. So I feel good about that. And Trendlin's not an e-girl, so that would be okay. We'll see.
What does that tell us about the always intertwined processes of family making and family breaking, right, under empire? And Palestine is not, I mean, empire is not just Palestine out there far away, it's also Belgium. We have these ongoing histories of the Belgian Métis, for instance, thousands of mixed race children who were born under Belgian colonial rule, in Rwanda, in Congo, in Burundi, and who were born from Belgian white colonial fathers and black African mothers, and who at certain point of time were taken away from their mothers, from their communities, and placed in Belgian orphanages because they were seen as children of sin, right, in racially segregated colonies. They were put in Belgian orphanages. Later, they were taken away and put in white adoption families in Belgium. And these people today, they are kind of reclaiming their rights, right? And they are asking for recognition of what happened. And they are also asking to know where they came from and who their biological families are. And in the same way, and we already talked about it, that families are being separated at borders and by, violently separated from each other by Frontex, and the only way that many people from the global south and east manage to reach Belgium is through this process of family unification, which is like the only thing they often have left. So you already talked about it, but I kind of want to stress this. Like, if people strategically use the family, what do we do then? Like, what do these people have? What can they do with your story of family abolition? How can we be in solidarity and still doing the work of family abolition, right?
Yeah, I think that's a question of almost this dual history of family abolition struggle, not all of it under that name, some of it sort of outside the wages of the family, and some of it sort of some of it inside, some of it outside. So you people like, the militant housewives against housework on the inside of this history, and then people...
Wait, what? The militant housewives against housework? Why the fuck would you be a housewife if you're not going to do housework? Isn't that like the only job of a housewife?
Like the family members of the stolen Indian children in North America, stolen by settler colonists and imprisoned really in schools where the goal was to destroy their identity and impose a kind of a new form of humanity on them. Kill the Indian, save the man was the policy in this educational process, forced re-educational process. And the abolition there is the process of almost, insisting on kinship against the imposition of family. So it's a sort of, it's counterintuitive, I suppose. It doesn't sound like family abolition. It sounds like, in a sense, a reunification, a sort of an insistence on decolonial kin making. Yeah. The question of DNA, in a sense, that Latif in the future New York of the post-capitalist world, imagined by my friends, is sort of talking about critically. Yeah, it's a very painful, sticky subject right now. You can't just say, oh, it's it's somehow counter-revolutionary to want to know or to use it to trace connection. Of course not. I think it's just interesting to try and find ways to make.
Someday, James Lindsay is going to discover Sophie Lewis, and he's going to start doing what I've done and listen to everything Sophie Lewis says. And who wants to bet that at some point James Lindsay is going to try to steal Sophie Lewis from me? Because he's going to realize that Sophie says every quiet part out loud, and really all he needs to do to explain abolish the family to people is to play video of Sophie. And James Lindsay's going to try to steal Sophie from me, but I feel like I got to Sophie first. She's mine. James can't have her. If anyone sees James Lindsay talking about Sophie, you let James know that he can eat a dick. She's mine, and I got to her first, okay?
Make our available relations less scarce, so that the hunger for origins and for sort of almost knowledge about our patent, like our do you see what like our authorship becomes less necessary, because there are other available ways to be truly of
Good night,
someone,
Kaiwan. Happy
rather
birthday.
than simply the story of blood and gene. I don't think you can simply deny people these sorts of stories in the present. You can simply ask why they feel so important. So that this notion that children are everyone's is like a hyperstitional horizon, to be theoretical about it. It has a latent truth to it in the present, but you can only sort of try to make it more real. You can't simply insist. Yeah.
You
Wait.
already mentioned.
Can we still see the Northern Lights tonight? Is that still a thing, or is that just last night? Because I was otherwise occupied last night, so I didn't see them.
That the work that is needed to keep families and households going, it's super labor intensive, and it's very unevenly divided according to gender lines, race lines, class lines. So there is this report by Oxfam, recent report by Oxfam, Time to Care, that states that women and girls carry out 12.5 billion hours of unpaid care work every day. When valued at minimum wage, this would represent a contribution to the global economy of at least 10.8 trillion a year, more than 3 times the size of the global tech industry. Like 10.8 trillion, I don't even know what that is, right? It's like how to even imagine that. Also, many reports, like from the OECD, state that around the world, women spend 2 to 10 times more time on unpaid care work than men, 3 to 6 hours for women versus half an hour to 2 hours for men. So I wonder, how would these gendered and racialized divisions of work be different in a more communal approach to to family abolition, right? So why would, to put it very blunt, why would men or other people who are not necessarily socialized to care, why would they step into the story of family abolition? What do they have to win, right? Why would they be? What's the incentive?
Gosh, you do have good questions, Siggy. I mean, what do you think? It's funny. Incentive is an interesting one.
Maybe it's the wrong word. But
yeah.
Who is the revolutionary subject of family abolition? Like, I mean, if it's gonna be if we're gonna abolish also all the genders, that means that men are also our comrades, right?
Course.
And not just people who don't care enough. So
of course.
Wait. What did she just say? Did I hear that correctly? I'm pretty sure she just said, if we're going to abolish all genders, then men are also our comrades, right? What have I been saying? Queer theory is not a Gnostic sex cult. The goal of queer theory is to abolish the gender binary, that means men and women, to create a world of non-binary they thems, because the only way to achieve gender equity is to abolish all gender. Let's listen. Hang on.
Who is the revolutionary subject of family abolition? Like, I mean, if it's gonna be if we're gonna abolish also all the genders, that means
if we're going to abolish all the genders. That's what she said. The closed caption is not correct. If we're going to abolish all the genders. Again, one more time. And actually, let me get a clip of this just for posterity. I may look like I'm not paying attention, but I'm always paying attention, all right? Hang on.
to 10 times more time on unpaid care work than men, 3 to 6 hours for women versus half an hour to 2 hours for men. So I wonder, how would these gendered and racialized divisions of work be different in a more communal approach to family abolition, right? So why would, to put it very blunt, why would men or other people who are not necessarily socialized to care, why would they step into the story of family abolition? What do they have to win, right? Why would they be? What's the incentive?
Gosh, you do have good questions, Siggy. I mean, what do you think? It's funny. Incentive is an interesting one.
Maybe it's the wrong word. But
yeah.
Who is the revolutionary subject of family abolition? Like, I mean, if it's gonna be if we're gonna abolish also all the genders, that means that men are also our comrades,
Of
right?
course.
And not just people who don't care enough. So
Of course.
how can we bring everyone in caring more?
All right, we're gonna end the clip there because the whole point was the question. It was not actually Sophie's answer. Hang on, let me just make sure the clip saves. Hang on. Carlin, I'm watching your stream from the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. I've stayed at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. If you're staying at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, you should go to the Cirque du Soleil show there because it's really fucking rad. I saw it from the front row seat. If you can get a front row seat, it's awesome because like they do all sorts of stuff like right in the center of the front row. It's really fucking cool, man. Also, if you're in Las Vegas, the best buffet in Las Vegas is the Cosmopolitan. Also, the Bellagio is pretty good. But the other thing you can do in Las Vegas is you got to go over to like the Ghost Adventures guy's haunted house because the Ghost Adventures guy. I have all sorts of fucking Vegas tips. The Ghost Adventures guy bought a house that's like, it's more towards old Vegas, but in the Ghost Adventures guy's house, you can go see the Kevorkian van. You can go see a haunted fucking doll. You can go see the Hell House steps. There's all sorts of cool shit in that. So, I don't know, man. I've stayed at the MGM Grand before. It's in a good location. It's not a great location, but I hope you're having fun in Vegas. And definitely go to the buffet at the Cosmopolitan. Also, go see, what is it? Absinthe? Absinthe is a good show. And there's also another show at the Cosmopolitan that's by the same producers of Absinthe. Those are the best shows. and go to Gordon Ramsay Steakhouse. That's really good. Those are all my Vegas tips for right now. I love Vegas. I want to go back to Vegas so bad. I haven't been to Vegas in years. Yeah, I've been to that Treasure Island pirate show too. Yes, this is where the ghost house in Las Vegas, the Ghost Adventures house, was where I stared the haunted doll in the eye, and then the whole room started spinning, and I basically challenged the haunted doll to a duel, and that was not my best moment. Don't ever do that. Vegas is so fun, though. I love Vegas. I need to have a meetup in Vegas. I don't even gamble or anything, but the food in Vegas is so good, and the people watching in Vegas is so good. Anyway. I just got a job working for Hilton. You're so full of shit. Yeah, sure. Contact me and give me highly discounted vacation packages. Sure. I don't believe you, though.
Yeah. I think my emphasis is, in this moment at least, more on the way that, struggle forces people. It doesn't necessarily, I don't know. Though it's true, as you say, this gender division of labor, reproductive labor, is incredibly tenacious and persistent. It's there are so many things about the private household that have changed economically in recent decades.
Yeah, exactly. I just have to go to a meeting to get a fucking timeshare.
The norm, and yet, in heterosexual couples, women are still doing 5 times more housework. It's absurd, right? The question is the right one. How do we? Who is the subject that forces this change? I think, in a sense, I'm inclined to say, like Firestone and the 1968 sort of liberationists, like women and children, they liberate themselves. They force a kind of different, they don't make that division of labor available anymore. It's not about sort of attacking men. It's about sort of removing the availability of that extractive relation to everybody else. And that's a proprietary relation, amongst other things. It sucks for men as well, of course. Maybe that's the incentive. Like, a lot of people want to put their lives into making life rather than making profit, which isn't to say, we want to romanticize care work, but there are ways in which the work of sort of community, of care in a larger sense, thinking ecological care, arts, health, building beautiful mass public baths.
That's your utopia of family abolition: a swimming pool and a bath. Yeah, cool. So maybe one last question before I hand it over to the rest of the people here. So you talk a lot about children, right? And how children are not just property of the nuclear family, but are neither helpless victims, right? So that they have, that they have agency, and that they should be considered as interlocutors or comrades in the struggle of family abolition. And
bro, I would rather pay several $100 more than that a day and not have to go to a timeshare presentation and stay in the Cosmopolitan. The Cosmopolitan is a far better place to stay. I don't want to stay at the Hilton in Vegas. I want to stay at the Cosmopolitan with a corner room overlooking the Bellagio fountains. All right.
And I'm wondering how to do that, right? And I'm even thinking in my own organizing, or when the best that we can come up with is to provide childcare that is then done by men or people who are not socialized to care, or to have a kids corner where the kids can come to so that the parents can come to the demos, but then it's like the kids corner, right? So the kids are pushed in the corner. So I wonder what happens if we would put the children center stage in the story of family abolition? How would we do that? How would we tell this story to kids, and how would we like enable them to speak to us?
Yeah, this is the question that Lane McKinley calls, family abolition for kids and family abolition with kids. How would you talk to your kid about family abolition is one of the questions she asks as a mother in an essay that she's written on this. And I think her answer is about being genuinely curious about the leadership and self-determination of young people. So assuming that it makes sense for a young person to have consulted with other young people first, what do you think is the best thing for you and the people you love? Simply just this is the same question in a certain sense as it is for anybody else. Kids understand how.
Did Sophie actually paint that painting that is on the slide behind her as a representation of Abolish the Family? I don't understand it. February 13th, 2024. Is that like... I don't get that slide at all. Anyway.
Certain kinds of demands on people in their lives are irrational. Kids aren't stupid. They can see when their mother, or maybe not mother, could be a male mother. Motherer is the word I've come up with for that, right? Like, is unfulfilled. I could perceive that about my mother when I was young. I thought, oh, I don't think this is a great deal for her. I don't, like, which isn't, I think people imagine children to be purely just kind of, I don't know, accumulators, almost like little mini capitalists who wants to extract as much as possible. So, like, as much.
Sophie thinks that people perceive children as little mini capitalists. Yeah, I keep telling you guys, socialists are like Scientologists in that Scientologists believe that children are but little adults that can do all adult things, but they're in little bodies because they haven't become adults yet. Sophie, much like Scientologists, believe that children are but little capitalists.
Be purely just kind of, I don't know, accumulators, almost like little mini capitalists who wants to extract as much as possible. So, like as much of my individual parents' time as I possibly.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. How about you come up and you introduce yourself to me at AFPAC and you prove to me that you're actually 5'11" and that you measure up in many other ways, and then we'll talk about it. All right? That's all I'm saying.
You can get. It's not really that simple, is it? Yeah, there's a rich history of children's liberationism that we could be reading and grouping about, because there's plenty of actual
children's liberation,
experimentation in especially that 60s red decade where Black Panthers, anti-psychiatry, feminist, gay liberationists were making childcare centers, some of them on a sort of radical anti-authoritarian model where children were sort of participating in the design and the running of the infrastructure. There's a lot of wisdom and knowledge there that has been erased, along with family abolition from the collective memory of what feminism is, because in the 80s, when the neoliberal counter-revolution crushed the left, a lot of feminists started to say, Oh, yeah, no, feminism never tried to abolish the family. That's crazy. And that was a really sad, maybe understandable, but sort of sad denial of the archive that I'm, as I say, trying to bring back to the surface, In any case, are you going to read that poem, Siggy?
No problem. I'm going to start crying again. So I'm going to give it to the. It was a beautiful poem by Khalil Gibran. If there's more time, I will end by it. But maybe we can first open it up.
Okay.
To the rest of the audience.
Yes, let's open it up to the audience. Good call. I don't want to go to Vegas that much, bro. I love this. I'm getting a timeshare sold to me right now in the chat. This is great. Oh no.
There's a hand. A brave hand.
Thank you. So this was a very thought-provoking lecture explanation about transitioning beyond the family as we know it. So I've been thinking about alternatives which already existed, thinking about what's the word? Priories? Abbey? Yes, Abbey. The Abbey as a collective of people working together and without any family or blood-related values. Monastery works as well. What I see in common in all those alternatives is that there's often an excess of labor and human resources, as you've explained, and that there's some sort of ideals, different ideals to what we have today that are driving them. And I was wondering if you have any idea what those motivators could be for what we could do upon transitioning beyond our current core families.
Do you want to take some questions? And then maybe we can collect some questions and then...
Okay, thank you for your interesting lecture. I think young people are already pushed in abolishing the family because it's way too expensive these days if you want to live in a city to form like a family. There's a lot of people who do co-housing.
Family of choice.
I see that it's quite difficult to live like together with people you don't know really, and how to stay together. Like with a family, yeah, everyone knows that it's very difficult sometimes, but you accept it because it's family. But when you live together with people you don't know for economical reasons, and then, yeah, it doesn't work, you go to another, you search for other people. So, yeah, I wonder if you could comment on that, like what can keep us together?
Of course you're gay. Gay men love me. Gay men, I have a lot of gay men on my channel. You're gonna hook up on this channel, I swear to God. I don't know what it is. I attract the gays like a moth to a fucking flame. But it's okay because it's fabulous and I really enjoy it. So it's all right. Anyway, 20 more minutes. We're making our way through this. I'm really drunk right now if people can't tell. This is now turned into drunk Carlin doing socialism on the internet. I was yelling for the first 3 hours and now I'm just chill. It's all good, man. It's all good. We scared away all the assholes and now we're being productive.
You say like love, but it's not so easy. That's also in family, but it's not easy. Yeah.
Oh, I do not say that love is the driver, the potentiator. No, I did not say that. I say that material conditions being communized gives us the prospect of developing a form of love that is more free. It's not that way around. It's not.
Communizing allows us to develop love that is more free. Again, one more time.
Gives us the prospect of developing a form of love that is more free. It's not that way around. It's not. No. But I appreciate the question very much. Sorry, I started answering. We're going to collect more questions. I'll quickly answer these two. Yeah, of course, absolutely. This question of well, I would insist it's not really abolishing the family. Capitalism's pressures on the family are often sort of called that in the retort, to this politics. Like that is a common way of phrasing it, like, oh, but capitalism is already abolishing the family because no one can afford to have one.
Aha.
Well, no, that's actually not. That's rather the opposite of abolish. It's making it an even more impossible demand, which is kind of, in fact, intensifying the family in a sense. And when people can't even afford to move out of their parents' house, which, I mean, 75% of the young people in certain European countries can't afford to move out of their parents' house or whatever, live, that is not, family abolition. And the economic coercion that drives cohabitation with non-family members is also an extension of the logic of scarcity in a sense.
Listen, how about you just introduce yourself at AFPAC and you prove to me that you're actually 5'11", and we can go from there, all right?
That is the problem, yeah, I guess that's my comment about that. Like, yeah, the sort of pseudo communal survival mechanisms of the present have a lot.
I wonder if Hormaxer is streaming tonight. I kind of feel like I feel like maybe this is a drunken inclination, but maybe after Socialism Saturday, I'll fuck with Hormaxer if he's live streaming. Maybe. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but maybe.
To teach us in some cases, but are deeply compromised and often reactive. And yeah, everybody knows how difficult it is to live with
True
people, whether they're family or not, right? Like, yeah, the insistence of abolitionism in the precinct of the private household is the sort of lessening of burdens, right, from private households. So you don't have to turn to the private household to get certain needs met. So it's about seeing what becomes possible when you know that key needs of your body and are guaranteed in the common realm. So yeah, food, shelter, etc.
Are you taller than 5'6"? Because I'm 5'6", so are you taller than 5'6"? And actually, if I'm wearing my platform Doc Martens, which I will probably be wearing at AFPAC, then I'm like 5'8" or maybe even 5'9". So are you taller than that?
Etc. Just list as many as you want, and that's the utopian sort of spiral, realizing what your needs are, and turning things that are considered luxuries into basic needs. That's what, anyway. But yeah, I liked this comment about these communities that do exist and what the motivators are, as it is a useful question. Yeah, you know, there is this kind of debate about that. I guess Siggy was also curious a little bit. There are kind of perspectives in the revolutionary conversation, you know, amongst family abolitionists about how certain options need to be made unavailable to people.
Okay, hang on. Gloria says, capitalism makes it so hard to move out of your parents' house, but family abolition would include multi-generational houses. They're not opposed to multi-generational houses. That's not a problem for them. The point is that, like, you shouldn't be encumbered by the resources of your family. That's the actual point. And so if that involves multi-generational houses, they're not opposed.
So you can't choose.
I think I will be over 5'6". You're not sure.
Sort of society to enter into exclusive sort of contracts like marriage. That's one argument, you know. So one of the, I suppose, motivators might be you know, a kind of collective insistence that certain forms of sort of retreat are not okay if you want to be part of the wider community. So of course some privacy is obviously a beautiful and sort of, you know, important part of life, right? Like Emmy O'Brien talks about the need for spaces of intimacy that are you know, personal, but we might want to think about maybe even that edge of coercion that also has to be part of the revolutionary process, even as you destroy economic coercion. Yeah, maybe there are certain things we have to take away, such as the wages of marriage, maybe. Siggy's also very smart and expert, so maybe you can ask her questions too.
We'll do a last round of questions. I don't. I'm looking at looking for Anais. Anais, do we have time? Okay, let's go.
Hi. Yeah.
From where?
If you're searching.
Yes.
You talked about. Whoa, this is very loud, this microphone. Maybe it's only for me. So you talked about the impossibility of marriage as an incentive. And I was wondering, as like marriage as well as nuclear families for queers have been just incompatible for a very long time.
Wait.
I was wondering how...
Wait. Did she just say that marriage and queers are incompatible? Oh, careers, not queers. Okay. The nuclear family for career. Well, maybe she said queers. Let's listen again.
And I was wondering, as like marriage as well as nuclear families for queers have been just incompatible for a very long time.
Did she say queers or careers? Queers?
Marriage as well as nuclear families for queers have...
Queers. She said queers. Nuclear families for queers have been incompatible for a long time. Obviously.
Been just incompatible for a very long time. I was wondering how queerness enters in your story about abolishing the family.
Great question. I can't. Can you wave at me? The voice. Oh, there. Thank you.
There were more hands, I think. There's a hand here, and a hand there, and a hand there.
Hello. I have like one question stemming from me and one question stemming from my friend here next day. Okay. And the first question is like not really related to the lecture, but like stemming from my own like nerd interests in your work as is a curiosity towards like the forthcoming work on enemy feminisms that I'm like really looking forward to. And I saw a very short description on a Substack posts that I like.
It's Patreon, actually, everybody.
No, I think if I'm not mistaken, it was the Patreon a Substack post by your partner.
Oh, okay, fine. It was.
Yeah, sorry.
Vicky's Substack.
Yeah, great post, but like, but my question towards like the forthcoming work was, if all the enemy feminisms you.
One of my biggest regrets from the Socialism 2023 conference is that I didn't trick Sophie into taking a picture with me, because I was so afraid that I was going to be revealed, because I knew that Sophie knew who I was, and I didn't want to reveal myself to her. But now I'm feeling like Sophie is now back in the United States. I know that. I now feel like I need to find a Sophie lecture to go to. This is a horrible idea. Whatever. Sophie loves me. She may not admit it to herself, but she loves me. It's true.
You like researched and described what were like the most difficult nuts to crack, or like were like stunningly under theorized, or like, because like it's the storied history and a very interesting history, but like I'm like interested in the hard nuts of it all. And then the second question is within like the whole tapestry of like family abolition and like prefigurative like living.
It's a good idea,
How
Alexis.
something like a concept and a word and a practice like polyamory
True.
could figure in all of it.
Wait, polyamory.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Hard question to add another one to. But my question is about where to start from when you want to abolish the family. Is there an ethical framework you can use?
Listen, whatever height you are, it's fine. Just don't lie about it. Own it. You know what's not sexy? Men who feel self-conscious about their height. Like, I've dated short men. My husband is like 5'7". He's not the tallest guy in the world. But like, it is completely unattractive to be self-conscious about your height. Just own it. It doesn't matter. Just be confident. Giving sage advice to groypers on Socialism Saturday. I swear to God.
I hear you talk about collectivism and anti-statism, and maybe the word ethical is not really right. I don't really know what to use, but I'm looking for something like, I don't know, something to oppose romanticism, but maybe like humanism, but these are all the classical things. Maybe there's a framework I'm missing.
There was one more hand here, I think.
Yeah, good luck remembering all the questions. I'll add mine. So regarding your concerns for strategy and abolishment as reaching for the future, but starting from the present, which I found very important and interesting. Maybe I misunderstood your remark, but at one point you spoke about living in a period of demobilization. And all around us, there is, I think, swaths of mass mobilization happening in your country in the past years. There's been more people in the streets in sheer numbers in France and the UK, for example, than during 68, 69. So my question is, how do you think, well, are there any specific examples or historical or contemporary or possibilities you see of infusing family abolitionist line into mass mobilization, more typical union work or striking, or what's happening right now?
Those are all great questions.
No, you're right. Sorry, it's not a universal picture of demobilization at all. Right now, everyone is sorry, I don't. Why did I say that? Do you have a theory why I said we were in a period of demobilization?
I have no theories.
Okay, I might need to think about why I said we were in a period of demobilization when we're obviously not. Maybe I'm the one who's demobilized.
Maybe Sophie.
Thanks for catching that and calling me out on it. I think, yeah, I mean, it remains the case that, when it comes to, maybe I'm saying this because, we've lost so much ground around, gender and trans children related stuff in the States where I live, and Roe versus Wade was struck down and there was not that much mobilization in response to that. But yeah.
What are you talking about?
I think
Sophie. The Democratic Party raised millions and millions and millions of dollars off of Roe v. Wade being struck down. You guys talk about Roe v. Wade being struck down all the fucking time. Of course, Sophie doesn't like the Democratic Party, so she's not going to acknowledge that the Democrats won the 2022 midterms because Roe v. Wade was struck down. This is why one time, I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. One time I was DMing with Sophie on Instagram, and I was like, Sophie, you guys, you know you're winning, right? You know you guys are actually winning. And Sophie got so pissed off. She was like, no, we're not winning. And she started yelling at me over Instagram. And I was like, whatever, Sophie, I have to go right now, but I'll come back later and you can continue to yell at me. Because Sophie doesn't want to hear that they're actually winning. Because they don't know. Socialists have to convince themselves that they are constantly losing in order to continue the struggle of the glorious revolution. No!
Since we're talking about misinformation and disinformation and the mainstream media covering stories.
We had like 8 minutes. No! God damn it! We had like 8 minutes left of that. Okay, we're back. We're back. It's okay. We're back. We're back. It's fine.
Trans children related stuff in the state.
This is how you know how drunk I am. Okay, hang on.
Gender and trans children related stuff in the States where I live. And Roe versus Wade was struck down and there was not that much mobilization in response to that. But yeah, anyway. I think it is useful, to use, it's not just useful, it's imperative, right? But it's useful to think about the connections between trans children and their autonomy and the right-wing sort of reproductive sort of counter-revolution or assault on reproductive rights is also connected with the attempt to discipline all children, to sort of discipline procreation and demographic futurity generally, to re-privatize care, to make the links basically between gestational autonomy, gender, self-determination, and general bodily autonomy, to use this as an opportunity to not, do single issue politics, but to be in comradely relation.
Comradely relations.
That word comradely might be my response to the question about the ethic that could counter romanticism and familism. I think comradeliness and solidarity would be my answer. In brief, if that's not too sort of...
The last time I asked Sophie to come on my YouTube channel to talk to me, she said, She said that she didn't want to because she didn't want people to think we were in solidarity.
Pat, you know, but it, you know, yeah, shit. The queer family. Yeah, the role of queerness. Yeah, I mean, I am a little bit of a curmudgeon when it comes to
Wait, no. No. Is he?
Yeah, queer kinship.
Hormaxer is actually live right now. In real life, Hormaxer is live right now. Should I do Hormaxer live stream? We have 6 minutes left. Should I do Hormaxer live stream after this? Yes, it's Nitwit's number 69. This is the moment I've been waiting for. We all need to. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna finish this up, and then we're gonna do Nitwit's number 69, in which we all need to entice Hormaxer to come on my stream with me. Is everyone on board with this idea? we have to. This is a horrible idea. I just want everyone to know that this is a horrible idea that's obviously going to end badly. This is Hormaxer's one and only chance to come on my stream and talk to me. That's it. This is the only chance. Everyone go into Hormaxer's chat and let him know I'm going to want to talk to him pretty soon, but not right now. We have 6 minutes left, okay?
I think, sure.
What the fuck?
You know, all kinship is made, not given. If that makes sense. Like, the thing to understand about kinship is that it's always actually made, not given. So I get the beauty. I insist. I talk about the value and the skills that can be found in queer sort of survival histories, and I talk about mothering against motherhood. You know, the ensemble.
He's
of
under Street
labors
Maxer.
which can,
Street
when done
Maxer.
collectively, you know, be pitted against the patriarchal institution of motherhood, and that comes from a Black feminist tradition that talks about motherers, other mothers, in this sense as structurally queer. And I am interested in queerness in the sense that I'm a
mothers are structurally queer. That's not true,
of some
Sophie.
description, a narco-communist who wants to, you know, destroy private property. And queerness was evolved conceptually as an insurgency against private property.
Oh my god!
But given
Holy shit! Holy shit! Sophie, did you just give us another like tidbit? What? I'm sorry. What, Sophie? Don't think that just because I'm thinking about Hormaxer right now, I've stopped paying attention. I'm still paying attention. I'm like a fucking hawk. Don't confuse the drunkenness for not paying attention. What the fuck was that, Sophie? Queerness was developed as an insurgence against private property? Really? Really? Sophie. Sophie is our queen. Sophie always says, always, Sophie. Oh my god. All right, rewind. Clippy, clippy, clip. I was just going to make a thumbnail with Hormaxer and now I have to do this. It's fine. It's fine. Clippy, clip.
You know, the ensemble of labors which can, when done collectively, you know, be pitted against the patriarchal institution of motherhood, and that comes from a Black feminist tradition that talks about motherers, other mothers, in this sense as structurally queer. And I am interested in queerness in the sense that I'm a goddamn, you know, communist of some description, a narco-communist who wants to, you know, destroy private property. And queerness was evolved conceptually as an insurgency against private property in a sense. But given that that's not anymore the valence of the word, I feel like a nostalgic or a sort of, you know, I don't think that has that force. To queer something has become something much easier that you can do supposedly from a very kind of consumerist or bourgeois sort of, you know, standpoint. And so I'm, you know, Kathy Weeks is a little bit similar when it comes to non-monogamy or polyamory. When she talks about solutions in the framework of abolishing the family, she's quite dismissive of, you know, polyamory, you know, on its own. I think I'm actually maybe a bit more insistent that there is something to defend about non-monogamy or anti-monogamy. Maybe that's the more interesting phrase. Because I think there's a reproductive sort of backsliding or sort of revanchism going on the left, where it's very fashionable in the US left now to be very sort of dismissive of polyamory, as though, you know, all poly people are kind of upper middle class, you know, white people profiled in the New Yorker, like straight people in particular. Like, what the? I just really find this very reactionary. There's a red-brown sort of dangerous kind of.
All right, Sophie's going off on a tangent, so I'm just going to call the clip there because that was a really good fucking clip. Sophie, thank you for giving us the clip that we can absolutely skewer James with. This is why we love you.
You know, there's a sort of anti-feminist undertow coming through on the left, you know, where it's where suddenly queer practices are being dismissed as somehow bourgeois, and this is really dangerous. So it makes me kind of want to return a little bit to the value of you know, of queer life against capitalism. Yeah, so I suppose I've just said
queer
something
life
very
against
equivocal, like,
capitalism.
I don't know. I mean, I'm against, you know, obviously the subsumption of sort of, you know, gay liberation into, you know, the equal marriage ditch. I mean, that maybe goes without saying, you know. In the 70s, people were quite, you know, clear-sighted that this was an available pathway. There was a big fight within feminism and gay liberation, just as there was, in a sense, amongst, you know, Black radicals too, in a similar way. Like, how do we orient towards the family? Is there freedom for us in that form? You know, and some gays were like, yes, just as some Black feminists were like, of course, you know, we're going to you know, we're gonna prove that even under slavery, Black people had the family and they did patriarchy as best they could, even when it was made impossible for them, and that's why we're going to be respectable members of society. And other feminists were saying there's never going to be freedom for Black people within the family form. It is constitutively anti-Black. That fight, in a sense, is really similar in both of these milieus, you know. But I think people forget that, and they don't know that, and they, you know, I think we can have that fight again. Let's have that fight again. About enemy feminisms, I am excited to show you all my next book, which is very long and historical, and
We're
tells
very
a story
excited about that too, Sophie.
Police feminism, clan feminism, pro-life, anti-abortion feminism, turfism, and many other assorted monsters. And yeah, maybe I'll be able to come back and have a further conversation with you at that point when that comes out. I think you've been the most wonderful final audience of my European tour, and yeah, I'm glad.
I want to go on a European tour. Why don't I get to go on a European tour? All right. Thank you, Sophie. That concludes Socialism Saturday. I'm good and drunk. I yelled at people for half the stream. I kicked a lot of people out. I blocked people. And then we got to the good stuff, and we got a couple great fucking clips. You're banned from log in from a different account. This is critically important. We're going live in 5 minutes, and we're going to stream Hormaxer, okay? We're going to do the Nitwits number 69 that I've been putting off. We're streaming Hormaxer tonight. Maybe I can get Hormaxer to come and talk to me. We'll have to see. Everyone let Hormaxer know I'm going live in like 4 minutes. I need to do a bathroom break. He's talking about negotiation with hoes. Tell Hormaxer I'm going live in 4 minutes and I want to talk to him, and this is his only opportunity to talk to me. He will never have another opportunity after tonight. I'm rescinding the offer. Tonight only. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. I'm drunk. So let Hormaxer know, guys. I'll be back in a minute. All right. See you guys soon. Thank you for hanging out. Bye.